What's up? I am Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 187. Hope you guys had a fucking kick-ass Friday. I did. I most certainly did. Most certainly did. Get my shit together. Frezno, where are you? Frezno. We got here. We get rid of this top chat. Live. There we go. We got live chat now. Prometheus Soil, nice hanging out with you today, my friend. Even Chris Mertz, light up again. Tim, Dr. Frankenbeans. Is it Frankenbeans or Frank? I think I wrote it down as Frankenbooty. Sorry about that, Dr. Frankenbeans. Ready to hit that hot fire? Annie N. It's a new name. What's up, Annie N? Oh, shit. Aldridge 25. Welcome, Annie N. Aldridge. Man, I had a great day. You should be around soon, brother. We need to do a run with Zoom. Yes, we do. We do. Ready to hit that hot fire. I'd love to have you on the show. Oh, we're just kind of hanging out and waiting for Frezno Weed Nerds. I was kind of busy today and kind of got slacky on getting that invitation out there right on time. I think they're just kind of waiting to get their email, baby. I gotta check out Madam T's creation there. TW, what is up? Hey, Nova. Need Frezno Nerds. We are sitting here waiting for Frezno. Check their email. Check your email. Frezno Weed Nerds. Had a great day today. Great day today hanging out with Modern Genetics, Smiley's Gardens. Who else did we see today? Leon from All Purpose Plus. Darren and his wife from D's Bags. Of course, Miss D's Nugs. What a pleasure it was to finally meet Miss D's Nugs. Mrs. Prometheus Soil. Who else did we get to see? Modern. Oh, man. CJ Apple. Can't forget CJ Apple. Cool hanging out with him. Bunch of just so many great people I got to see today. Just a scratch of what hopefully I'll get to see tomorrow. Lots of fun. Oh, Kazoo. Can't forget Kazoo. Yeah, it was cool hanging out with Mr. Kazoo. In fact, that reminds me, I'm gonna dive in. Kazoo hooked me up with some fucking Country Boy Concentrate. Fucking gummies. Going in for some gummy action. Thank you, Kazoo. Thank you, Kazoo. You guys are in Michigan. Want to hang out tomorrow? Glyle, Michigan. Dank Brownies. What's up? That's a new one, too. Fucking, let's meet up in Glyle tomorrow. Smoke some weed. Party down. There he is, right there. There's Kazoo. What's up, brother? Man, I just seen somebody's name. There it is. Dr. Dank Brownies. What's up, Dank Brownies? Man, that was good. Grape was a good choice. Come on, Frezno. Check your mailbox. Man, I gotta check Teach's or Madam T's email. Alright, yeah. Trying to listen to Madam T's creation here. It's buffering. Get this deployed. So what are you guys smoking at while we're waiting for Frezno? Somebody kick Frezno in the butt. Tell him come on. Let's get high. Damn it. Frezno weed nerds. We are waiting on you. Just caught your show a few days back.
Do a little something, something.
We'll play no further than that. What the heck? What's up, Madam T? Are you in chat? I'm just anxiously fucking keep checking chat to see if I gotta look into that a little bit deeper, Madam T. Just hoping Fresno checks their emails so they can get this invite. Fresno, where you at, Fresno? I should put now. Sorry, guys. Just trying to kick Fresno in the pants. It was like one of those things. Do you wait to go on or you just hang out? And that's like, I am most definitely fucking in the hanging out mood. Super cool day hanging out with everybody. And yes, you can have the dab song. I actually listened to the dab song today on the way home. Just played it while I was like waiting for McDonald's. Just like, oh, so funny. Stupid sometimes. Sungrown 707. Thank you for tuning in. Can't wait to get an episode with you. Here you guys go. Dab song. We're way down smoking this GG4 from Smiley. I want to smoke this bag seed. I want to smoke Smiley's bag seed. Said it was good. I believe it. Automation is freedom in the house. Cheers, everybody. There's Chicha B. Little Chicha Cana Queen. What up? Hell yeah. Stab time queen. We'll wait a few more minutes for the nerds. See if they jump in. If not, we'll just do a rabbit hole until they're ready. We'll go for the full version here. I look better without a webcam. How was your guys' day? Jack Greenstock, what's up, brother? 61 watts and it's already faded back 59. That Bill Murray picture was pretty fucking cool. June bugs, Frez. What's that? Is that June bugs, Fritz? Frez, non-weed, Frezno nerds. I know it, right? Let's go, nerds. I think we just chanted, let's go, nerds, let's go. Pretty tasty. Drone Star, what's up? Who else I see? CJ Apple, what's up? Hardy, thumbs down, already joined. What's up, thumbs down? One dab song for you guys. Dink Brownies, how is it hitting Chicha B? Cana Queen. Frezno's not even looking at their message. Not even looking. So what should we do? Should we just have a rabbit hole until they show up, or what? What should we do tonight, guys? Gals. We nerds. What do we do? You guys want to do a giveaway? I got something I can give away. I got a couple of somethings I can give away. DOA Grown Meds. What's up, JDs? Teacher B, Blind Cat 420, welcome. It's probably the maker of the dab song. Ah, could be. Could be. Ah, yeah. Or what Blue Boy says. All get in the rabbit hole. That's what I say. Get Queen in there. There's a bunch of people in here that could jump in here. Rad Daddy. Is that how I said that? Yeah, Rad Daddy. What's up? Another new name. What is up tonight? What's cool, folks? Down the rabbit hole we go. I don't want to talk about giveaways. Why? Even? What's the matter with giveaways? Boom Farms. What's up? Tyler Shelby. What's up? How you doing? Cascadian Grown. Well, I say we do this. D Urge. There's a new one. What's up, D Urge? Putting you on my shout out list. I do at the end of every show at 4:20. Give a shout out to all the people that tune in. Give a shit. Tune in the show. With Brad Daddy. What's up, Brad Daddy? All right. Fuck it. We're going to do a little giveaway. How's the stars up there tonight? It is a beautiful night up here, D Urge. Beautiful night. All right. What do we got here? I have the sample pack, or a nice sample pack. This makes a gallon of all-purpose plus leaf wash. 1 gallon. Leon was nice enough to give me this. The 1 gallon is used for, you can use it for spider mites and eggs, russet mites and eggs, powdery mildew, fungus gnats, leaf miners, mealy bugs, white flies, root rot, thrips, aphids, mold. Fucking all natural. Right here, all purpose plus. Makes 1 gallon, I guess. There is shit. I think the quarts, or the quarts were few bucks. Got Smiley and Boom already hanging out. Frezno, what's up? We got 73 watching right now, so we'll do. What do you guys think? 75 watching right now. 1 to what?
How's it going,
400?
guys?
What do
400.
you guys think?
Yeah,
I can't hear.
300. 300, 400. You can hear me?
Oh, it's most definitely me.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Hold on. It's all fucked up.
The stars. Trying to bring chat up.
Yeah, I'm trying to get everything worked out too. I think we got her. How's it going, chat? What's up? I grew some.
Okay. I can hear now.
And Smiley was saying, "Can you hear me?" And I'm just sitting here like I can hear him. Hey, it's stupid.
That's funny shit.
77 watts, and holy shit, what just got over?
Yeah, did one. There was maybe one of the Future Cannabis Project ones. I don't know. Maybe cascading.
So let's give away some of this the all-purpose there.
Yeah,
This actually makes a gallon of his all-purpose.
that's pretty dope. He put it in
almost 80 watts. We better go. Yeah, no, imagine just shipping this. It's got to be like, 75 cents or, 70 cents to ship that versus buying, a gallon of that would probably cost you 15 bucks to ship that same product.
Yeah.
Why? Why bother?
It always makes me want to say, yeah, man.
All right, we'll go from 1 to. He's a cool dude.
Oh, yeah, he is.
All right, what do you guys want to pick out? Pick out a number.
Sure.
Either or, I don't care who.
Today's 1 to 400 or 0 to 400.
400. How
Yeah,
many people are watching?
They dropping there. We had 80, but now we're down to 73 at least in my count.
Yeah, I got 75.
So we'll still stick with the 400.
What's up, Purple Thumb?
Yeah, it was cool seeing everybody today, man. I was seeing Miss D, seeing Prometheus Soul, his wife, Modern Genetics again. CJ was out. It was a good time.
Oh, cool day. Get my timer going here.
They do events in Canada, bro? Do you guys get events up there? They don't.
Not where I am. They have them in Vancouver, but that'd be like an 18-hour drive for me. It's a little much.
Not on your side, huh?
No.
Holy shit.
We always kind of take for granted about that too, just.
And I whine about my little drives.
That doesn't mean they do legal events and shit like that.
Yeah, no. Legal smoking in Canada is non-existent. You can't get together and smoke anywhere.
I don't think we're legally supposed to.
Yeah.
I think we just like my mentality kind of rules that type of shit.
I suppose so, eh? We were doing it for years when it wasn't legal at all, so.
All right, guys. 1 to 400, one guess only. We do have a number. I've got start writing in chat right there. You guys have a minute and a half to win this gallon of all-purpose plus that is good for pretty much everything. IPM.
Oh, again, Christopher Sand, 333 was taken. Nice when that pops up early. Get that disclaimer out there for everybody.
Right
Just paying attention to them.
Shit. I can tell you what, I'm already appreciating the shipping on that.
Yeah, no shit.
That's an easy giveaway right there.
So
You got to
Eagle
worry about it getting crushed. No, nothing.
Ian in chat wanted a smoke report of the GG4.
I haven't got to it yet. I actually went for the bag seed. I left the Gorilla to the side still.
You lit up the.
Want a nice clean pellet. Yeah. Smokes pretty good.
What do you think of the
Smoked pretty
flavor on
good
that
so
one?
far.
Kind of different.
It's good. It's kind of earthy. I'd say earthy. Is that a good description? No? Not close.
I call that like that danky, like tickle your sinus kind of smell. You exhale through your nose, it kind of linger around. Whenever anybody says dank, that's for me what comes to mind is that. Aldrich
I like the
nailed
way
it.
I completely forgot about chat. There you guys go. There. Who in the heck is the closest?
Aldrich nailed it. What's
Stop.
the thing with pie?
Did he?
Yeah, he guessed pie.
Listen, it's a good guess.
Dirt Road, dude, are you on IG? Just send me a DM. We can try to figure something out if you want it. I don't know. It was given to me, so I'm not about holding everything proprietary by any means. I don't sell clones though. I give them away, and that's for good reason because I don't want to hear shit about it afterward.
So far, I'm thinking it's Tony Baloney, right? Isn't it Tony Baloney who was the closest?
No, there's one closer.
Oh,
It's Tyler
149.
Shelby, right above Jack Greenstock, right below Chicha B. 144. He's got him beat by one.
Yo. The number was 152, by the way, so you can help police us here. God damn, I'm baked. What's up?
I'm
Sir Hal.
You got 147, Dirt Road Dude.
There you go.
I don't see 147.
Right at the beginning, man. He was like right after the.
Oh, yeah.
333 and Hey Madam
333.
P from Prometheus Soil, and then bam, 147.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Sorry about that false alarm. Well, who was it? Who were the two?
Dirt Road
Just because we
Dude.
called them out. I'll get them both.
Dirt Road Dude and
Tyler Selby. Selby. Shelby. Can they expect me to read on this? Come on now.
Amber Lalana. Goddamn, I'm baked. I like that name. That's fucking awesome. That's a great username. Suck to type out on the phone every time, but I love it. Somebody's gonna call you.
All right, I'm gonna call that one a two for because we called that one out both. Kind of our bad on that one. My bad, our bad. So they both, Tyler and Dirt Road, are gonna get a pack of the All-Purpose Plus.
And he wants some feedback on it too. It's something new for him. If you like it, tell Leon. If you don't like it, then just hit thumbs up twice.
Thumbs up twice.
It is a pretty cool idea, man. If you can cut the water out of that, because he was selling that in a concentrate or the premix. You could have it, but just to get a powder instead and fucking mix it with your own gallon of water, that's pretty kick ass. It's innovative.
I think so. I'm looking forward to going back tomorrow. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shit, I didn't even get to do no vendoring, really. I kind of blew through there for a second. I only made it not even halfway through, and got sidetracked and ran into Miss D's nugs. And vendoring was over after that.
Yep. That was
It's
awesome.
all back to hanging out.
She out smileyed me in the picture too. I had to make a comment on that shit. I was like, Miss D's got the bigger smile than Smiley. What's up with this? She does too. It's awesome. You can't help but be in a good mood. It's coming up.
I'm gonna try to hang out a little later tomorrow, man. Just as I was fixing to leave, it got dark, man. They had the fire going. Big old fire pit was rocking pretty good. Band was kicking out pretty good. It was like really worth staying. I had to fucking go take care of my patient real quick. I had to go the other end of town, go south. I had to go south for like another 20, 25 minutes and then turn around, go north again. It's like, it is what it is.
Yeah. I know Kazoo had to leave a little early too. He's getting back, getting shit done. So that was cool seeing him out there too.
No edibles today, boom, boom, boom.
No, no, not tonight. I'm fucking blasted. I put the GML show on and smoked a fucking joint of the OG Kush I got from D420K, and fucking I woke up as the show went over. So I am trashed.
Yeah, I seen they were doing that on cocoa versus soil, but don't they mean peat? Isn't that usually what they're comparing?
That's what they mean, yeah.
I only use that designation just because it's so.
That's half the show, I'm sure. I didn't watch it, but I bet they had a big fight about was that soil or hydroponic media.
I always get bummed about that because there's such a dramatic difference, and some
Oh
people's
yeah,
soils is all as one, and it's like, dude, there's, you know what I mean? I don't know, there's huge differences in the way you engineer a soil for sure.
people tell me that all the time. I ask them, well, what are you growing it in? And they go, dirt. I go, well, what the fuck does dirt mean? And they go, well, it's just the best soil that we could buy. It's like, okay, so where'd you buy this fucking soil, right? Oh, the hardware store. So you're a Miracle Grow, right? Yeah, yeah. There you go.
I know. I mean, I don't know, man. So it's not saying it's bad. It's just confusing for people because like straight pro mix is not anything close to even like a, you know, like an M3 or Great Lakes water only or something that's fully amended and ready to rock. That has zero and design, and it's designed for something totally different. Which the other thing about it. Like using a putter to drive your golf ball with. You know? What's
I
up,
sure
man?
did.
Stretched out?
It's okay. What's up, ganja grower?
Hey guys, sorry, I'm still trying to get this all loaded up. A little bit of pain in the butt. Dude, glad you guys stepped up right away. That was awesome. Glad you guys went to the Clio, and it was awesome to see those pictures. More pictures, more stories. Peace out, guys.
Yeah.
I was actually considering changing my name to Frezno Nerd, and I was like, I'll sign it as Frezno Nerd and then sign right back out just to freak them out. But I didn't.
That's funny. They're late nighters. They haven't even checked their shit yet. That's kind of my fault. They hit me up at around, what time was it? 10 o'clock. Are we still on? I was still driving. I hadn't sent them the invitation yet or the Zoom numbers yet. But as soon as I got here, I was like, yes, we're still on. I think I was actually still driving when I sent them the numbers. Hopefully they jump in. No, we'll reschedule.
So yeah, I'm just looking at chat. Cascadian's right. So dirt is dead, soil's alive. That's Elaine Ingham's longtime statement on that. But I even think too, Cascadian, there's a little deeper definition of that to where like soil is sand, silt, clay, organic matter, biology. You know what I'm saying? There's like so many different categories to that even still too. So yeah, I mean, where do you want to end with the definitions of them? But it does help to designate it. Super soil.
Yeah, you think about like pre-compaction layer before the soil or the place has been worked for a while. It's a whole different ecosystem as well because it's basically a dual root zone, you know?
What are you talking about? A little deeper down?
No, basically before there's a compaction layer. So before because basically everything's compacted today. Everything's been farmed for thousands of years. But before there was that compaction layer, and, you can kind of turn that around with radishes and, deep rooting shit. But things grew differently because you didn't have to water your plants at all. There was a water table. There is not a water table anymore. Despite sea.
Yeah, there's a lot of truth to that. The way the soil would breathe up and down. I heard something pretty interesting, and I never took into account to that. But the high and the low pressure on the in the weather, when you're watching that, and they're talking about a high front moving in or a low front moving in. Like that high and low pressure is actually what's forcing the oxygen and gas exchange happening through that soil, along with moon cycles and all kinds. You know what I mean? Like all the different things playing a role, but just the ability for that soil to be able to breathe, make that happen. That's kind of that point, man. Back to like what exactly is the definition of a soil, but having proper soil structure for that biology to survive is key to that. We need a cricket. Or whatever.
I was just gonna say worm butt.
Eagle and Boomer, like whatever. Let's just talk about hash again.
Oh, fuck.
That's not right.
Speaking of hash, I got a little ball right here. I'm about to fire up.
Nice. I feel like
I this little Tupperware that I fucking kind of gave up on. Grape?
Yeah, is that right? Look, little hints of grape in this smile.
In the Gorilla Glue? Which one are you smoking?
No, this is the bag seed. This is the bag seed, I think he said. The VRD. VRD. I think he's just blowing me off.
Yeah, I don't know if he knows we're talking about him.
Oh, sorry, I'm in chat, man. You guys did get me zoned out.
Happens.
That was the bag seed I got from Nerds brand. They're I don't know. I was kind of a little peeved about it because it was a $50 fucking eighth with seeds in it, but I don't know. The dude said it, but I just asked him what it got hit with because I bought runts from him, and I'm like, so what do you think the seed was hit with? Like, what terminated it? Do you think? Right away, he said it was most likely wedding cake. But he must have known and had other issue with it, but he just moved ahead, I guess. But anyway, so I just decided to crack one, and it came out pretty tasty, I thought. It doesn't have the hybrid.
Oh, it
vigor.
is.
It doesn't have that vigor though, man. It's like I was seriously gonna cut it. I was just watching it grow from seed, and I've seen plenty of other ones grow, and it's like, yeah, I don't know. This one's kind of wispy, and it's like weird, and I don't know. It never was really doing well, and then I smoked it, and yeah, it was like, well, I don't know. Maybe it's just depends. What do you think, Ego?
Yeah, Eagle.
The wheels are gone.
I can't.
Thinking that.
My audio is shit tonight. Totally blaming it on the audio. I'm just gonna skip the headphones. Hold on.
The root soil. That's Patrick.
All right, I should be able to hear you. There you go.
Yeah, I guess
All
that
right,
is
say
Patrick.
something. There you go.
What's up? You got us?
You guys aren't all robot voice now.
No. Say something for us there, Smiley.
Oh yeah, what's up, man?
That works. Ganja
Hey,
grower.
oh,
Smiley.
it,
No, I actually think his did have some robot to it, though. I think Smiley was fake.
what? What? Oh, that's funny shit. That's the Skittle. I don't know if it once is the Skittles.
Yeah, I got pretty.
Sorry.
I was just saying I fucking got pretty tore up today. Nothing important.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Pretty good day for getting tore up.
Modern too. He was about passing out. Well, he kept firing up the hash. I'm like, dude, I don't know why you want to fire up that hash right now. I'm like, you're gonna make everybody pass out right here on the lawn. Like everybody's just gonna be laying there in the grass, like looking at the sky. Like we can smoke. Everybody's passing joints, all kinds of shit. You don't need to hit it off with hash. You're just gonna fall asleep, in my opinion.
He threw a fucking marble in there and shit. It wasn't even just a little bit of hash. He threw in. Boom! It was like a dime-sized fucking marble in this bowl. It's like, here you go. Thing just lit up and wouldn't even think about going out. Just smoldered for everywhere. Even when we all passed it out, I'm like, you better put that out somehow. That's gonna start a fucking forest fire with that fucking emperor you're getting ready to throw out there.
Yeah, that is true, man. That shit doesn't go out. It's fucking it burn forever. Don't take much on the end of a bowl and let it burn forever. That's why I'm surprised you can roll them in that joint like you do. I would think that thing would just be greasy as fuck, like dripping or something.
Oh no. Just slows it down and burns off nice and slow. It's good stuff.
Good stuff.
Just say no to Bud Light.
I
Sorry,
agree.
all I was saying Bud Light in chat.
I thought Canna Queen was jumping in. What's up, Canna Queen? You squirrelless
I
already?
just asked her that very same thing. I was like, what the hell?
Squirreled already? I don't know.
Right?
There's a ton of people in chat.
Oh, I can't believe it. 81 hanging out tonight.
Makes you feel like you got to say something important or whatever.
There's Frezno.
Oh, yeah. We'll let them pop in and then we'll be like, what's up, man? Snooze, you lose. We're all hanging out.
So do we let them just jump in now and hang out, and then we'll go back, do their episode, do like a retro?
We got 81 people. It'd be kind of shitty to fucking shut it down, reset it, and lose half people too.
I agree. I'm just gonna tell them to jump in. I'm gonna make that rare exception to the rule. We're all gonna meet them at once, but they gotta come back and do an episode.
You didn't play music or you didn't play music or nothing, so I don't think it'd be a problem.
Why should you date my daughter?
There was music.
All the
Yeah. Right off the bat, yeah. I didn't even think about it. Yeah. What did I fucking play?
I can't remember.
What the fuck did I play?
The Dab song got played, but there was something else.
Yeah. Just let the show flow. I agree.
Yeah, it's easier that way. So where is it?
Just do hang it.
See my Frezno's popping in.
Dab song. Purple Film says dab song.
Good.
They all just took it. I'll play it though. It's all queued up and everything. But
Dude, there's so much great shit,
just
Chad. I'm
like-
sorry, Chad. You guys have fucking got a whole world going
How's
on.
your hash tasting? Did you see you got like fucking good reviews from DK420K? I still threw it in there. D420K. Very kind words. He's a cool guy, man. I did give you credit again for making that happen, Boom. I don't know if you caught that, but thanks again, brother.
No, I am unmuted. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, that was cool.
So you guys got to fucking hook up and smoke down, then it sounded like that's pretty fucking cool.
That was cool, man. His D420K was badass, man.
There's the OG Kush Bud. Now I'm squeezing the fuck out of that, and it ain't moving for shit. I've never smoked any flower that hit me as fucking hard as that thing did. Like just.
That's one from your room.
No, that's what D gave me.
Nice.
And there's a strawberry banana bud in there too. It was good too. I liked it. Still not a giant fan of the banana terps, but I didn't spit it out or anything.
That's how it was today, man. Like everybody was handing shit out. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Just everybody brought a little something. Or smoking joints, passing. Try this. Check this out. Let's do it. That's the fun part about it, man. It's like
Yeah. I want to see what you're doing. I want to know what you got.
yeah. God, now these is better.
Dr. Buzz. What's up with that?
What's up with what?
Dr. Buzz Lightyear. I'm the Peter of the Brady Bunch.
I don't know what that means. I'm not that old. There's strawberry banana bud Jack.
Here's the oldest brother, ain't he? I think he's making a joke at
Already took a nugget of there.
I tried to check it, Madam T, but I was on the air, but I was having a hard time doing two at once. Two things at once. One of them days.
Yeah.
Going deep into the edibles again.
Didn't he have a relationship with Florence Henderson or something crazy like that? He's the oldest of the Brady kids.
Greg did.
This is kind of like a little Brady episode. Oh, Greg did. Crazy shit, man. Only in Hollywood.
That'd be a little weird, I would think.
So I was reading chat. I agree.
Grape is
definitely. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna change the subject.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
I'll chat and chat.
Grape is definitely a good gummy flavor. What is? You're a gummy connoisseur. Where'd he go? I was just getting ready to ask him. He's there and he's gone. Anybody else? What's your guys' favorite gummy flavor?
Boom!
He'll be back. He's always coming back. What up? No preferences? Nobody? Nobody's got preferences on gummies?
They're bad for tooth.
I like the green ones.
I had to go get some.
I got a purple one too.
The connoisseur.
I don't really eat them, man. Edibles kick my ass, dude. I'm scared of them.
Mine too.
Mine too.
Yeah, there's like that fine line though. Like you just can't go over that. If you stay on the good side, otherwise you fall asleep, right? No, that's what I.
Yeah. I find if I eat one an hour, I can usually just hold on. But if I have two in an hour, then I'm usually useless. So for everyone that was paying attention.
Yeah.
It's kind of the equivalent of a shot in the THC world. Like,
No.
drink beer and like eat the edibles a shot.
It's like when you go for surgery and the doctor asks you how much you weigh and how tall you are, and he figures out what'll put you under. That's what edibles are like.
You can build up tolerances to that shit, man. There's some lightweight people that are putting down a lot. You know?
Yeah. Pedro's crazy.
Yeah, that Nick Risden too. I was talking to him at the Organic Cup, and he was like 4 grams a day or some shit.
4 grams of oil a day? Damn.
Yeah, dude.
Holy fuck.
But that's what he's functioning on, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that's what he's needing for what his condition is. And it helps him. So it was pretty amazing. I don't know if anybody follows him. I know Cascadian knows him and stuff, but he just had a bunch of surgery. He had an infection, and they like and yeah, they cut him open, cut some tissue out. They were trying to figure out if there was an infection. Was my understanding of it. But he had this big old gash, dude, on his wrist, and he was putting like cannabis oils and some tinctures and he had different treatments he was doing, plus taking all this stuff he had. And that thing was healing fast. I was like, holy shit, as to how fast that was all healing up on him too. That was pretty amazing. Cannabis is crazy. I would have never thought to put like an oil on a wound or whatever. But he was dressing his wound with the THC stuff.
Yeah, the attention in itself is good. You know, any way you attend to a wound's going to help. But yeah, I don't know. No science about anything really. It's sad.
Yeah, there really isn't.
Fucking panels on slow mo tonight.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely not firing for sure.
Oh man. Oh, I was just gonna fucking shout something out and I fucking forgot. Totally squirrel. What's up, the American one? I grew some. Who else we had? We had somebody else here in chat too. What? Who wants? Anybody want a shot at Magister Tempe? Template? Is that how you guys? I'm open to interpretation there before I start fucking that one up for a month.
Wait. You gotta fuck it up for a month anyway. If we correct you, you'll just get mad at us. I gotta read it. I'm trying to find it now.
Miss D's Nugs in the house. What's up, Miss D's Nugs? Super cool to hang out with you today, by the way.
Magister Temple, yeah. That's how I'd read it.
I couldn't find it and gave up.
You guys are all hashed out, man. See?
Oh yeah, man.
The
Yeah.
hash puts you in the dirt, dude.
Yeah, I'm slowed down, so I'm just gonna smoke more hash about it. That'll help.
American, when you gotta jump on and Miss D's or somebody, because these guys are slow functioning. I'm trying.
What?
Miss Nug says she's up. Snap. Wow, that's funny. Must have hit it pretty good there. I gave her some of that bubble from that night, boom.
Nice.
I know. I got some somewhere, but it's somewhere in my girlfriend's purse, and then she fell asleep. Dude, she got those meatballs right before we left, those medicated meatballs. And she was like,
Yum.
hungry because I was hungry, and she came over and she's eating these meatballs, and I'm like, well, do you even know how much is in there or anything? She's like, oh, she didn't say. She's all this stuff in her face and shit. We were like 10 minutes on the road, dude. She's fucking calm. She's like, my head feels all weird. My arms feel noodly. Like, yeah, I bet.
It's hilarious.
You were probably supposed to have a half a meatball.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I'm like tucking her in right before this. Like, you good? I'm like, oh yeah, I'm asleep good. I'm like, yeah, I bet you are. See you Monday. Oh, there's Frezno.
Crickets.
Yo. What up, everybody?
What's going on, Frezno?
What up?
How's it growing, y'all? Sorry to interrupt. Just wanted to make sure our mic was connected.
No interruption.
No
Nice.
Oh, we've been slow all night. We're glad you're here.
We're glad to be here.
Yeah, it's our pleasure.
What up, yeah?
Sorry for the delay.
So we're gonna do this a little bit backwards here. We're gonna let you in on the fucking rabbit hole, but you're gonna have to come back and do an episode sometime soon, hopefully.
He's like, what?
What do you think, Fresno? Yeah, they're like,
Sorry
wait a
about
minute.
that. I had to close the background audio. Sorry about that. The pleasure's all ours. I mean, however you want to make the show roll, man. We just want to keep it rolling with y'all. Let's rock it.
Hell yeah.
Name from Christopher Mertz's MacBook P.
We'll just do the show. You go. Just roll right into his show. And fucking I'll ask him questions.
I was just gonna say, what if we just wrecked all his questions? So, when did you first start using the plant?
Yeah, and I'll just shut the fuck up.
There you go.
So, is
Might
that
as
the
well
first
answer
intro
it.
question?
It usually is pretty close to that. Might as well go there.
Yeah, man.
Well, first of all, let us introduce ourselves. I'm King Beezy of the Frezno Nerds.
And
I got-
I am the Dillingham. I'm the Dillingham manager, I guess you can call me.
Ganja Barbie.
Ganja Barbie.
But yeah, our introduction to the plant, my first introduction, or actually growing, I guess you could say. I'll go into the growing aspect first, but I'll talk about smoking. It obviously started very early, probably about, I don't know, middle school. as far as I can remember. I don't know what age we were then. Quite a while ago. But I was first introduced back then, and I just had a general, you know what I mean, liking for it. You know, the experience. I was able to like hang out with my buddies and just have a good time, talk some shit like we're doing now, you know, and just it was just a form of hanging out with the guys other than playing sports. And then it turned into like an appreciation for it, you know what I mean? Because I felt like it just made things a lot more clearer from my perspective, you know, because you know, you have as an adolescent or a teenager, you have a lot of influences around you, you know? And obviously my influence was cannabis. That's why I got involved. But it was for a good reason because from therefore on, I figured and I found out that I had it was more of a relaxing sensation, you know what I mean? A calming. Because I have a real high energy. So therefore it was almost like an what do you want to call it? Like a sedative, you know, it just kind of like put me at ease and put me in my calm spirit.
Comfort zone.
Yeah, that comfort zone. And from then on, you know, it just advanced. But with your first experience, when did you start cannabis?
I started cannabis around possibly, yeah, like you said, probably high school, probably about my sophomore year.
High school. Okay.
Yeah. But what really inspired me to get into, like, I knew what cannabis was at that point, but I really didn't know the, like, I mean, I used to just smoke because it made me feel good, like you said, like, as far as, like, because I get anxiety. So right away, when, you know, the doctor wants to prescribe you pills, that's something that I'm not for. You know, I'm all about living the healthier, organic lifestyle. So I chose to smoke cannabis instead. And ever since then, I didn't have to take medication. That is my medication. But what really inspired me to basically get into growing cannabis is him, just seeing my husband, how many lives he's touched, how many things he's.
I'm sorry, babe.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Let me pause it.
So basically, just seeing how many lives he's touched and how many, you know, like what a difference he made in people's lives. That's what really inspired me and I want to get into it and kind of encourage me to, you know, want to do the same, basically.
Yeah. Share the wealth of cannabis.
Yeah, basically, just help those in need. If it helped us, I mean, just seeing how the wonders it does, I mean, why not grow to help those in need that can't grow for their own? You know what I mean?
So I guess for how long from that first time that you guys actually started, you know, you tried to plant to, you know, it being a steady part of the regimen of every day?
Well, instantaneously for me. Like I said, the first time I tried it, I was like, wow, this is cool, you know? Smoking pot behind the backstop, you know, those were the rebel days, you know, on school grounds. You're like, hey, you know, it's after school. We didn't know where else to go. Like, we were just getting out of school. It's like, hey, let's just go hang out at the backstop corner of the school. Hopefully nobody catch us. And we had enough leeway where we could just escape, jump a fence, hop a fence, whatever it was. You know, out in California, it's kind of, we live in rural communities where everything's real close knit. So on the other side of a fence is usually somebody's backyard. And typically it was a friend or somebody lived nearby. So I lucked out in that regard. But it was definitely instantaneously after that. Because after I got introduced to skateboarding. So I grew up a skater kid. And doing that, you know, like out in the street skateboarding, you had nothing better to do but smoke some pot and, you know what I mean, skate some rails, hit some spots, you know, cruise a town, hit new cities, new locations. It was just a whole experience in my end. But it was definitely, it was a positive experience to say the least. And then I'll go later on into how I got into growing. But for you, what made you want to start using cannabis every day?
Like I said, just the whole fact of not wanting to take medication, and it made me, like I said, feel myself and not feel like, I guess, edgy. It was just made me feel more at ease. And so basically, I continue to smoke it every time I feel a certain way, and like I said, with my anxiety.
Stress relief.
Yes, it's my stress reliever, and I'm also a mom, so that also is my stress reliever in that sense.
Yeah, we learned.
Shout out to all
The way of the
ganja mommies
cannabis.
out there.
Yeah, all the ganja mommies. Cheers to everybody in the chat. I just pulled up the chat. I'm sorry for the delay. I got it up now. I can see it. If we're delayed with the reactions, I'm sorry about that, but y'all know how it goes.
I know there are a lot of females out there, or mothers out there that, you know, are kind of the way I was. They don't really want to come out and, you know, talk about cannabis because they're kind of scared. But I mean, when you know where you stand and you're not in the wrong as far as you're growing, you know, legally, and you're doing everything properly, and you know you're
responsibly,
you're smoking responsibly, then I mean, I just want to encourage all the cannabis moms out there to just come out and encourage other cannabis moms, so that way they could, you know, not have to be so scared of, you know, to
wound up.
Yeah.
Find that stress relief.
Yeah.
Same way we all do.
Well, that's what I love is there's that shirt that's like mommy needs a joint or something like that, and there's all those shirts that are like mommy needs a glass of wine, or and that's so accepted that mommy can go and needs a glass of wine, that it's all on whatever. But you know, it does need to be out there more that mommy needs to go smoke her joint or do her
yeah, because I mean we deal with a lot. We're mommies, so I mean that's could be our stress reliever. And not to mention, we could also help other moms that are
bring them out.
Yeah, bring out, you know, they're basically put them at ease, because they.
Yeah, because not a lot of moms like to talk about cannabis because they think there's still the
afraid.
stigma towards it.
Yeah.
But in all reality, now that it's legal, it's helped to alleviate all that controversy, you know? So like you said, it should be more culminized where mommy should want to have a joint over a glass of wine or something more natural, more, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because I feel like cannabis can put you, you know, in your, you know, at your comfort zone, just like wine can.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so they can. It's all about what best
what's your preferred
you.
taste? Whatever your preferred taste is, do you? But at the end of the day, we always try to bring up the conversation of cannabis because, like she said, you never know. You never know who might be intrigued by it and might want to speak up, and that's why it's always good for us as cannabis enthusiasts, people who, you know what I mean, like to push forth the cannabis culture. You know, like
okay.
that's why we can bring it up. Yeah, it's just medication at the end of the day. How you medicate is your business. We just like to bring it up because we like to share our experiences and, you know, like how it helps us and maybe how it could help them if they've never, you know what I mean, experienced it like we have.
Try it, basically.
Because there's many ways you can. You don't have to necessarily smoke it. Like, you know what I mean? We've always talked about edibles. There's topicals. There's so many, I mean, RSO. There's so many forms of cannabis that you can intake. It's just a matter of finding your niche, you know? What works for you?
I found that when I was doing all my time in the caregiver, the provisioning centers or the clubs back then, I found that dabs were mom's best friend. As I sat there at the table and dealt with all the ladies that come in, all the moms wanted dabs. That just so they could. I don't know if most moms have a dab rig in the pantry or what, man, but it seems to be the ladies' choice there. I always thought that was funny. You know, as they came in, they would always be like, "I just need a little something like that." I thought, man, that is funny. You know, everybody needs something, but I asked a couple of them too. Why dabs? Just the quickness of it. You know what I mean? Just be able to, you know, get back, hit that real quick, and get back to the, you know, having to take care of things. I'm like, I can see it.
Yeah, mommy business, one and done. It's advanced. Yeah. Technology's advanced so much. I mean, it's a blessing in a way for, like you said, those one and done. You could just get in and get out and get back to your business. Like she said, if you're a mommy, it's not like you want to spend a half hour rolling the joint and smoking it.
Yeah,
you want to spend 5 minutes, do your business, and get right back to it.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure you got many more chores to do. We know how it goes.
Yeah, it's a never-ending story. Just like the grower's life, the mommy's life does not end.
I believe that. I believe that. I know I've got kids. It never ends. It never ends. As they get older, the problems just get more severe. It isn't, I broke my toy. It's the transmission went out in my car.
It's always something, right? Even when they're 18 and past 18, it's still something.
No, it's a blessing.
It
for
is
sure.
a blessing for sure.
It's always good, you know what I mean? And as caregivers and growers, that's what we do, like all we do is know how to take care of, plants and others by doing it. You know what I mean? It's almost like it's obviously a passion, but it's almost like a responsibility. Like all we want to do is provide and do the best within our abilities to help others. And you know what I mean? Because through cannabis, that's what it's taught us, like you never know how many you could help just by, like presenting them a bud or a joint or
even taking them off medication.
The conversation, yeah. Like exactly. A lot of times, yeah, we've met people who've been, like heavily medicated or on meds or whatever you want to call it, pharmaceuticals.
Mm-hmm.
And they've found an alternate through cannabis because of the fact that, we're willing to embrace that responsibility, and say, hey, try this, and don't worry, we're not charging you. We're not, just for your own trial and error, your own experience. Hey, maybe you might write a book about it one day. You never know. But yeah, no, definitely.
So when did you step into growing? What made you start growing, rather?
Well, I honestly, looking back, I had a lot of influences, but my heaviest influence, obviously, we all know who that is, the motherfucking weed nerd himself, Subcool. Rest in peace, my brother. But yeah, initially, I found out about growing cannabis. I figured it out for myself. Obviously, like we said, we talked about smoking pot and hanging out with friends and da 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 da. So one day I decided I found a seed. I found a seed in one of my bags, a bag seed, planted it in a pot in my backyard. I was probably about 15, 16, still very young, you know what I mean? Not really knowing what I'm doing. But I planted it, it sprouted. And it was a miracle to me. It was like I had no idea I had the ability to grow something with my own knowledge of knowing nothing of it. You get what I'm saying? Like literally all I knew was if you plant a seed in the ground, you put water to it, obviously it's going to grow. Not knowing that idea went to cannabis. You know what I'm saying? So I decided to do it one day. I was successful at it. I didn't harvest the plant, so it wasn't a harvestable plant. It just grew for a couple weeks, and I was, you know what I mean? I was ecstatic by that at 15, 16, whatever it was, and I had that experience. So later on in life, I had another opportunity, right? So what happened was I lived out of state, and I happened to move and live out of state, and I came back to visit. And when I came back to visit, because I was originally from California, that's where we live now. When I came back to visit, some of my friends and partners were telling me about how cannabis was legal in California, and you can go get your medical card now. So I was like, okay, so I can go get this medical card and I can, smoke cannabis medicinally, and I'll be legally, you know what I mean? What do you want to call it? No, just legally. I won't be bothered by the law because of the fact that I have this certificate showing that I am a patient for cannabis, and I need it for whatever illnesses I'm dealing with. Because at that time, I was about 22. I started dealing with back spasms. So I was dealing with severe back spasms at a young age, which is very unheard of. I can see the wince in your face, Eagle. But I just had a rare situation where I had these back spasms, and I was told about these situations where I could consume cannabis as a patient, got a medical card, and eventually it just turned my whole life around in as far as in regard to opening my eyes to medicinal cannabis. So first of all, yeah, obviously I wanted to use it as a patient, just to use cannabis, you know what I mean, regularly, and not be bothered and not have that stigma of being a villain or somebody who's breaking the law or whatever you want to call it, which we all are. We're all outlaws. If you're a grower, I mean, at some point we're probably outlaws if you're doing it for long enough, which is what I was doing. And it just changed my perspective and said, hey, okay, not only I use it, but I can grow it for myself.
And for your family that is in need of.
But initially it started with me. Yeah, because this is before I met Barbie. You know what I mean? And this is why this experience has been almost a lifelong experience and adventure, because of how early I started consuming cannabis and knowing how beneficial it was for me. Because of, like I said, who knows? This is before the days of ADHD and ADD and all this stuff that they're trying to find reasons to give you pills. So when I use cannabis, like I said, it helped. So therefore, using it regularly, then figuring out I can get this license, go get the license. Then the doctors tell me, okay, well, you can grow up to, I can't remember what it was. I think it was 12 to 16 plants back then, as California law via in 2006, 2008-ish. So from then on, I was like, okay, so I can go to these dispensaries, I can get clones, I can seek out. And I had a partner who was already growing, but undercover. He was an undercover grower where he didn't really, you know what I mean, exactly divulge the information saying, hey, I grow, this is how you can do it. But he said, hey, you can do it because of these reasons by the law standards. And this is where you can go to get what you need. And eventually he decided to put me on to the actual growing inside of things and saying, hey, you can get this equipment and this is what you need to start your own grow. Because
and you got more like,
and then I just got, I had more of an insight, I guess you want to say, per se. And then from that point on, I started growing. So this was about 2008. I started growing after I got my license. I was living in a 1-bedroom apartment.
Growing in your closet.
Split my bedroom in half, growing in half the closet. I put up a barrier wall, hung my lights, exhaust, ran it out the back. I mean, I had it. I don't know that this is where the Ultimate Grow DVD came into play. Jorge Cervantes. The first thing that influenced me was Jorge Cervantes. I seen that Ultimate Grow DVD, and then I was like, yo, I can do this ideally. I know how to build. I got a little bit of experience in construction. Here we go. Bang. So then that's where I got the idea to do the whole half-room grow and proceeded from there. And it just kind of, you know what I mean, elevated to the point where I actually had to find a way to do it for a living financially to support my family, because later on, as I was already proceeding to do this, I started to advance my relationship with Barbie, and she moved in with me. So therefore, I was responsible not only for myself, but somebody else. So therefore, it was like, okay, well, I got to actually take this shit to a professional level and start like advancing my techniques and getting more, because I was already, from the point where I was doing the apartment grow to when I met Barbie, I would say that was about a year in between. So from that year, I ended up finding a location where I moved into, which was randomly weird. I actually moved in a block away from Barbie. As weird as this may seem, we were living cities apart, and I happened to move randomly a block away from her. So random, so weird. I had no idea where she lived. I knew she lived in that town, but I had no idea where. I hadn't, like, visited mommy and daddy like that, or seen the home. It was more of like, like, hey, I seen you out there, let's meet up, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Youngsters, teenagers, teenage love, as you call it. But yeah, so it proceeded after that. I could talk about this all day, but
then once you realize that you can, like you said, once you realize you can grow and help people in need, you got more of a passion for it. And that's where you started to really we're like, when we got together, it was like, damn, this is awesome. We can,
So what put us onto that? Subcool. So the moment we met, this is funny too, because when we met, I actually had a friend. So this is randomly weird. This is how we heard about Subcool and the Weed Nerd.
This was way back in 2007.
Yeah, 2007, 2008 ish. It's so hard. It's like everything's a blur back then. There was so much going on. Yeah, she's better with the dates. But yeah. So I had a friend. It was a friend of a friend. He comes over and he's coming from Hollywood, LA-ish area. So he's already up on the grow game. LA and up north, man. I don't know how, but down here in the valley, we're so late on things because we live in the Central Valley. Frezno, obviously Frezno nerds. It's the Central Valley right in between those two locations. So for some reason, we're always in the middle and late to get an understanding or for things to ring around our way so late. I don't know why, but for whatever reason. So he ends up coming down, visiting us, random occasion, and he brings forth the date book. He brings forth the date book, and he's like, yeah, this guy, Subcool, man. He documents and takes photos of his grows, and he has his own seed company and blah, 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 and puts me up on the game. And I'm like, wow, that's fucking cool as shit. Like, I grow. I had no idea people were actually out there, like, creating a persona, you know what I mean? A actual occupation out of this, like putting it forth towards the community and actually putting it out there on, because even when I seen the Jorge Cervantes video, he was wearing a wig, he was wearing the sunglasses and a fake beard, and the dreads.
Bandana too.
Yeah, and so it was almost like, okay, well, this guy obviously doesn't want to show who he is for whatever reason, like, because it's illegal. Yeah. And Subcool comes out and he's like, yeah, man, fuck it, you know, I'm the fucking weed nerd. I let it be known, this is what I do, I grow, and this is how you can do it. So I was like, whoa, okay. So since the first episode, like basically, so it's steamrolled from the book.
Since the first episode.
Since the first episode, absolutely. Because that's where it's steamrolled, because he started with the book, the date book, the first date book originally. And then this buddy, you know, and after that, he showed me the date book and he happened to have Subcool seeds.
Oh, wait, and he
TGA seeds.
Some jelly bean too, right?
No. So this was later on.
Oh, okay.
But he had some TGA seeds and he was like, hey, dude, you are the only grower I know. Would you want to grow these out? Would you mind? I said, fuck yeah. Hey, no question. I love to grow out these fucking genetics, especially now that I have.
Watching him, and then you were like,
I had an understanding of who, yeah, exactly, of who Subcool was.
So you definitely wanted to support him in that.
In that regard, yeah, because I was like, yo, now I can actually say I've grown some Subcool fucking gear.
Yep.
And yeah, so that's where it started, man. Like.
And then from there, you would watch his episodes.
Yeah, the episodes just started eventually. Like.
I would go over to his house. And like I said, that's when we first had met. He moved into his house next to me. And I would go to his house and I would be like, what are you watching? He would sit there and watch the whole episodes. And I would think to myself, like, who is this guy that he's watching?
Why is this guy watching an hour and a half of YouTube?
Yeah. And as I seen him watch that, I would see him apply the things and like just learn from his techniques. And he was growing with him. And it was just awesome to see how he basically changed his life and changed my life and changed a lot of people's lives. I'm sure all you weed nerds out there, right?
Yeah, shout out to all the weed nerds in the house.
So we've been like diehard fans since like day one, since the very first. And sometimes we'd be like, this guy's so fucking cool because he's not afraid to do what he does, and he helps people in need too. So that's what really inspired us. We're like, fuck yeah, we can do the same.
Yeah.
We can fucking grow and help people in need.
Exactly. Initially, it was like, yo, I can grow, and then I actually happen to be good at it. I didn't realize the benefits that other people can receive from it by being, you know, like, how you want to say it, like, pushing the culture, you know, because I come from the closet grower, you know what I mean, era.
And he's actually who brought us out the closet. Yeah. I mean, honestly, you guys don't even know, but we'll get to that story.
We'll get to that later. Yeah.
Okay. All right. But you were saying though?
No, I was just saying, like, it was cool to, and yeah, no, basically he gave us the motivation to push forward the culture and put people onto the game, because before us, we were like the only growers in our local vicinity.
And we were scared to come out the closet.
And we were scared of, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Like, let people know, like, hey, you can do it. you can benefit from this the same way we are. Like,
or hey, try this dank that we grew. Maybe it will help you, help your needs that you're dealing with, basically. And I mean,
hey, if you ain't never smoked like this shit before.
Yeah, they'd be like, oh, I smoke. Well, you gotta try the high grade medication. You know what I mean? Sometimes you gotta find, there's different dosages, just like medication. But yeah, basically, it just was awesome to see him grow, like I said, with Subcool, and just to see how Subcool influenced people and didn't care what people thought about him. He still did what he wanted to do, and that was grow the best fucking dank out there. That's what he wanted to do.
And push forward the culture and teach some weed nerds that they can do it. Like, that's what's crazy is, like, I tell people, like, he was the first American to push forward an American-owned seed company.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's big, in my opinion. Like, and there's so many American breeders now because of it, because he pushed forth the knowledge that he had. And you know what I mean? Like, if it weren't for him, a lot of us wouldn't be here because of it. From the breeders to the growers to the smokers to the cannabis enthusiasts, the guys who just like to smoke and put it out there. Like, nobody was even doing that before him. Like,
even the whole YouTube thing too. Like, he was the first.
Yeah, YouTube was the first. He was the first cannabis influencer, in my opinion.
Yeah, and
absolutely,
our lives, I guess.
100%, the first.
And that's why we'll always forever carry on his, legacy and try to grow his seeds and try to support and try to, just always carry him with us as we grow, which is our, his
carry on the legacy.
Garden. Yeah, basically.
Carrying on the weed nerd legacy. That's all we want to do.
And that's all he wanted to do, He always tried, like you said, to help people in need and try to, just push forward the culture and help us grow the dank.
Had an impression on us for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All of us, I'm sure. But go ahead, Eagle. Take the mic, man.
Yeah, that's one of the things I appreciated about Sub too, was the fact that, he had a seed company, but he was like he was showing you, he wasn't like the other seed companies where you were just like showed a picture there and expected to order it. He was actually in the grow room shaking them fucking trees going, this is the fucking what I'm fucking selling right here. And this could be you. You know what I mean? And that was one thing I fucking definitely respected about the man right there is, he was a good example of, what you could do, what his genetics were capable of. It wasn't just that picture. It was like, you could actually do this. See this big old fucking donkey dick. He'd fucking shake that fucker right into the camera. I thought that shit was great, man. Fucking, he is definitely a fucking loss. I was fucking listening to some Mendo Dope today. Doctor Who, that voiceover he does during Doctor Who there. And I was like, man, I miss you, fucker. Man, I miss you, fucker. Jesus.
Man, we all do. We all do. Let's take a bone rip in memory of. Yeah. We got one pack. I'm sorry we haven't been able to with the chat yet. Hopefully we can take this moment in memory of Sub.
Time to get high with the weed nerds.
Right on.
Yeah, man. I know how you feel, brother. We miss him. We miss him deeply every day. I can't help.
We miss watching him go live. We miss his YouTube videos. We miss his crazy ass. He was one for the last guy. That's for sure.
He was.
And those go ahead, sorry.
Oh no. He was such a character. I mean, he was just such a character. I mean, there was so much liveliness to him. Yeah. I miss it, man. He even gave me shit from time to time, and I never gave two shits about it, man. I always fucking, it is what it is, and fucking, I don't know. He had that way about him, when you talk to him, he'd be, I ain't shit, just another guy and shit. I'd be like, yeah, that's why I feel like, I get off the phone and I feel like I just fucking talk to some kind of rock star for the next few days and shit. It's kind of funny that I'm so grateful for the whole weed nerd community. But kind of like you said there, Barbie, my kids have watched me do the same thing, basically, watch sub for years and shit. And like, I'm sure it was much of the same thing. What in the fuck, what in the fuck is he doing? Now they're of age. Now they're of age, 25 and 21, if you can believe that shit. Started early, but whatever. But now they're fucking weed nerds. My middle daughter there hangs out in chat every night, and she totally gets it. And I think it's so cool that to be able to pass it on to the next generation, and just it sucked her right in too. It sucked her right in. She started watching a couple episodes, and she was, next thing you know, she's in chat. She's like, I'm like, yeah, now you see what I was doing all those years, why I got sucked in so hard. That community something, isn't it? Isn't it nice to check in and fucking say hi to everybody, everybody saying hi to you, and just fucking, it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling. And it's all due to him, man. He's the one that started this shit. This shit we're doing right here, all because of him. He's the one that started this whole fucking shit. Everybody hanging out. And I mean, it was to the point, and I'm sure there's probably some here in chat that probably feel that way about me currently. But there'd be times where, like, that damn bell would go off, and I'd be like trying not to pay attention. Not trying not to be attention to it. It'd be playing on the phone, and you'd fucking be listening. You'd be doing your work, and you'd be like, I'm just gonna fucking take a minute, man. And you fucking sit down, and next thing you know, man, you're just in chat, fucking 2 hours and shit, just fucking hanging out, listening and shit. You get to the point where you fucking do that for so often, you're like, damn, I wish this guy would take a day off, man. I got shit to do. Every time I try to get started, man, he'd log out and shit, man. And I'd always fucking joke about him with that about him, man. Just give me a break, man. Just one night. I got watering to do. I got trimming to do. He'd never do it. He'd come on. It was always good though, man. We always needed that third shift, right about now, where we all wanted something to do. Day was winding down. We wanted to hang out. He was there.
No, absolutely, brother. I couldn't agree anymore. Like, and that's why when I got introduced to your channel, it reminds me so much of those days. And we could just, as growers, we can pop in and pop out, or we can hop in the chat and just communicate all night. It's just depending on what, like you said, what the situation is at the time of hand. Us growers, it's kind of hard. It's hard to juggle, the chat and then the growing, you know what I'm saying? So we find a way to juggle it all, but like you said, it was so cool. Yeah, not everybody has a significant other, a partner like I do, who's willing to jump in the chat. So hopefully y'all, y'all working on that. Spread that growers love around, make some more cannabis power couples out there. But yeah, absolutely. Subcool was the one who put us onto that. Like, you can still have a good time and get the work done, whether it be through your live streams, your documentation, just hanging out in the chats while he's doing it. And that was the rite of passage right there. Like, if you got the notifications and you were in that chat, it was popping. From the moment you were in to the moment you left, it was almost like you wanted the show to never end. And that's the way it should be,
and then all the weaker love.
Yeah, it's so embraceful, because you only want to embrace it. Like, like you said, the first time I popped in, because I was just a viewer for a long time. I was even afraid to leave comments in like the videos after, like, just because I figured, okay, somebody's gonna see me and they're gonna be like, oh shit, that's such and such, because I didn't know about aliases. I didn't know about screen names and creating your own identity behind I signed in on YouTube as my government name, as we all did, I'm sure, at one time before we knew any better. But like you said, he's the one that put us onto that game. And honestly, if you were going to ask this question, I hate to beat you to it, but the reason why we got the Frezno Nerds name is because of Subcool. Courtesy of Subcool. He, you know what I mean? He labeled us the Frezno Nerds because we used to pop in his chats.
And we were just called Frezno.
No, we were King Beezy.
Oh, yeah.
We were King Beezy and Barbie Shelley, which is me and my lady's name in full. So he's like, yo, y'all got to stop with that. I can't pronunciate you guys' name every time you guys pop in the chat.
You guys grow fucking fire, and you guys are always in my streams. You guys are fucking weed nerds.
Fresno nerds.
Weed nerds.
There it is.
Yep.
So boom. There you go. That's where we got the name.
Shout out to Subcool for that. Thanks again. Rest in peace, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nothing but love. Yeah, I still got this bowl pack. Let's go, Barbie.
All right. Well, I'll wait for you first.
Oh, we need to share a lighter? Yeah, we got one lighter over here. Times are hard.
No, I got two. Right here.
All right.
All right. Cheers, everyone.
Cheers,
in the
everybody.
Chat. Thanks for tuning in. Growers
Cheers.
love. Cheers. Fire in the bowl.
Oh yeah. So, what was your first TGA strain you ran there? What was the first one?
First one was Space Dog and the Flave.
Nice.
Those were the
That's
first
your-
ones. And I am.
Flavor.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go. I was. I remember the Flave. I don't remember Space Dog. Was Space Dog a tester?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was legit packaging. It was a legit TGA distributed strain back in the day. It was Chem Dog times Space Queen. It was one of the Chem Dogs. I'm not sure exactly which one. And you know what? It's funny because I was actually going to go do some research on them. Like, yo, it's been so long since I've grown them, you know? I don't really have the lineages in my up here in the brain anymore. Too many strains going in and out of there. The library kind of filtered some out. The ones that aren't here anymore.
TGA strains.
Yeah, I've pretty much grown everything in the library, other than some of the ones you have right now, which is the ones you guys are doing the grow along, which is what was it? Orange, Agent Orange, and Jilly Bean. Those are some of the ones we haven't grown yet.
Right.
But pretty much everything else, yeah, we've definitely grown. But I wish I still had those around, man. Like you said, if Space Dog was or isn't on the library or menu anymore, man, that shit was so fucking fire. It was like, it was ahead of its time. It was super gassy, but it still had the Space Queen, hairy, you know what I mean? Kind of like dense frostiness, but it was just a unique strain. And dude, we were killing it when we had that shit. I remember we grew it outdoor one year. We was fucking pulling like 4 or 5 pounds off that thing, and it was only about 4 or 5 feet tall. Wasn't super big, but it was just so dense, man. Like just donkey fucking D's, like you said.
So, how do you guys like to grow? How were you, back when you started there? What were you? What was your system like? We could peek in the door back then. You know what I mean? When that room was cut in half. Was you in soil? I mean, what kind of medium? What kind of pots? Tell us a little bit about the setup, bro.
Yeah, no, actually, I've been growing organically in soil all my career. Never really dabbled in hydro or DWC, any of that stuff. It's always been soil. So I've had a long and tenuous learning curve in the soil. Super soil for that matter now, but a long time ago I was running pretty much everything, bro. Everything under the sun. Every bag soil they got out there, which was fucking Ocean Forest, which is Fox Farm.
Okay.
We're using Black Gold, which is a California owned product, I think. I don't know how far how far east it goes. But we were using that for a little while. I was using Ocean Forest for a long time. Man, it's so hard looking back. Always organic though. I was always using organic amendments in already organically amended soil. So I was just enhancing it myself and then doing my little formula on top of that, which over the years, man, it's been so many things, you know, house and garden, earth juice, sugar peak. Well, now, yeah, the soil is Royal Gold, but we're talking about, yeah, formulas like nutrients that I've used in the past. It's been so many things, man. But and in doing that, you know, like I've obviously found what works best for me, and in being a follower of Subcool, not too many years later, I figured, hey, you know, the thing with that was a problem for me initially is I didn't have a backyard where I could mix soil. And like I said, I lived in a community where it was rural, where I had neighbors. I couldn't be mixing up soil in my front yard or my backyard because they'd be watching me and wondering, like, what the hell is this guy doing? People don't mix up their own soil. Nobody gardens around here, you know? And so initially I was doing all that in-house, and then I figured, okay, well, I need to take some steps towards this super soil thing. You know, since Subcool is having such good results, I want to try it and see what my results are looking like. And ever since then, man, I've never turned and looked back. It's been super soil ever since.
Super soils.
Nice. What kind of lights were you running back then?
Always HPS. I've always been an HPS guy, just because, I mean, that's initially what I started with. And it was tried and true. Yeah, I got good results, you know, like I seen the yields and the quality, and I was like, whoa, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And then obviously watching people like Subcool, you know, like he was the same way. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Rock HPSs till they fucking break on you. And then contemplate something else. But yeah, HPSs and T5 for veg. Simple veg, you know.
Right on.
All separate. So this might also answer your question. Perpetual from the start as well. So I've always learned by perpetual harvesting, you have a veg, you have a constant veg. I do my own cloning and germination, stuff like that. So it's a constant cycle perpetually. If you're bringing in clones and cutting clones, same time you're vegging and bringing them into flower and harvesting, you got a whole cycle of all that, and makes things. I mean, for me, it was like clockwork. Obviously, you're trimming a lot.
It's just a lot harder.
It's a lot of work.
Specific strain.
Yeah, it's a lot of maintenance to keep your cultivars.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I see what you deal with, so I'm like, that ain't easy. He says it's easy, but I mean, you've been doing it for so long, so it's become a cycle.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but to others, I mean, it's not a lot.
I'm a creature of habit.
I think it's pretty cool that you guys that are working at it as a team too. By the way, I think that's pretty awesome.
Thank you.
Times where, you know, if it's not a team effort, then it can quickly be you're spending too much time in there, whatever, and it can form a wedge. But if you're working at it as a team, then you understand what exactly is entailed, what needs to be done, and it just helps everything move smoother, realistically. So shout out to you guys for making that shit work and pushing together as a team.
No, absolutely, bro. Go ahead, baby.
No, I was just going to say that it also helps to relieve each other too, because, you know, it can be hard on one another. So basically, if you help, if it's a team effort, basically, then nobody's having to feel like they're being, I guess you could say, what would you say, overwhelmed?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Nobody likes to feel overwhelmed, absolutely.
Everything as a team makes so much, and the teamwork makes the dream work.
I was going to say it. She takes the words out of my mouth every time. But yeah, absolutely, I can agree. Teamwork makes the dream work, and that's why we like to push forward like that. Hey, do it together, and you'll be that much more prosperous.
Yeah.
You know, because each of us knows we have each other's best interests in mind, you know, because we're both having a common goal, which is
Helping
growing responsibly, fundamentally,
and
organically, and also we can, yeah, supply those in need because of the fact that
honestly, we don't know any growers other than ourselves. Like I mean, we know people like on YouTube, people that live not close to us, you know, but not personally, like that lives close to us, no. So for us to be able to help people that we know, because there's like our people don't know people that grow either. So we are the source, and we're happy to say that we can help those, you know, and especially with the quality that we're being able to produce. I mean, it's happy to be able to put a smile on their face and help their, you know, their illnesses, I guess.
yeah, because otherwise, you know, a lot of people have to go to dispensaries or they got to deal with all the likenesses of that. And, you know, like, honestly, we've been caregivers for 10 plus years.
Yes.
So, therefore, wouldn't you much rather come to somebody who's been growing and dealing in this cannabis community for that long rather than somebody who's an 18-year-old snotty-nosed kid off the street working behind a counter trying to sell you some shit that he don't know nothing about? Just what they told him? I mean, I'd much rather go to the guy who knows what he's doing and been doing it for a long time. That's my honest opinion. People can feel otherwise. And like, it's all about, what do you want to call it? I mean, availability. Not everybody has that availability
Like we do.
at a near, you know what I mean? Their closest source. Like,
And then not to mention his mom's also
a veteran. Yeah. So also in regard to veterans, yeah, that's why I always push forth that.
And his mom has also supported him in that
Yeah,
situation.
no, absolutely. So if we go back to my previous story, my mom was actually my first proprietor. You know, she was the first one to allow me push forth
she's seen that
my inhibitions, you know what I mean? My passion to grow. She allowed me to say, or allowed me to go forth and grow. Like, hey, okay, go ahead. You know, as long as it don't bother me and it doesn't bring no negativity upon me and it don't harm me, then go ahead. By all regards, do you. Have fun. Don't hurt yourself.
For her as a veteran, you have helped her too.
And as a veteran, she realized, like, hey, you know what? I consume cannabis. This has helped me throughout this whole term, you know what I mean? Serving throughout the military and as well as after, because they try to push that on the pharmaceutical industry and all these drugs because that's their fucking, what do you want to call it? Their standards, by their standards. That's what they do. They don't go push forth the cannabis and say, hey, maybe you should go try cannabis. That might benefit you a lot better. A natural source. They're not going to do that because that's not what
they get paid.
That's not what they get paid to do, exactly. But yeah, I mean, anyway, so she allowed me to do it, and in return, full circle, later on, now I'm able to, you know what I mean, supply her with any med she needs, and she knows what she likes now. You know, mommy knows now. Before it was like, hey, I just want that stuff, that clean house stuff, that stuff that makes me clean the house, not the stuff that puts me to sleep, but the stuff that makes me get up and go. And I'm like, okay, so you want some sativa? She's like, yeah, that one. And then, you know, like from there, like that's how you can help the community. You know what I mean? Like the people who don't know the first thing about cannabis, they could be using it, they can't. But they literally have no understanding of phenotype selection, you know, like hybridized strains, fucking terpene management and how that can benefit your health or your mood,
CBD,
your health. I mean, there's so many things out there. Yeah, CBD. Like it's just an initial. What do you want to say? What's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. Gateway. I mean, it's a gateway. Basically, once you get in that door, you don't really know where you are and what you're doing. You just know you're there. So by coming to people like us who have been involved in the community for a little bit longer, you get a better understanding of what could be known or what is known. We don't have all the answers, you know what I'm saying?
We're learning as we go.
We're just spreading the knowledge that we do have, because that's what we can do to benefit the community.
I just want to point out something that Barbie said there earlier, that as you guys were growers there, and it relates to us all. It wasn't just you guys. As when you start growing, it's it's that security issue initially, to where you can't talk to nobody about it, and then you start getting a little bit better at your craft, and you want to talk to somebody about it, but then again, you can't talk to nobody about it because, like you said, maybe at that point you just don't fucking know anybody that's doing it. And I think that right there is what kind of helped drive the whole weed nerd thing, is because we could, reach out and talk to everybody virtually with being safe, at home, but yet feel free to talk about cannabis and all that good shit. And but now it's amazing how that's changed though, where we've kind of came from hanging out in the chat in the black and white and blues here, and to on here showing our faces and getting to know one of each other on a deeper level. I think it's a whole new spin on a great progression of the community. So it's fucking up pretty badass. Long overdue, but we all started right there where we were like, man, this sucks. Fucking great thing. Love doing it. Can't share it with nobody. This blows.
What's a weed nerd left to do, You know what? It does feel awesome, though, to being able to connect with people like you guys, because I thought we were like the only, I'm like, wow, we're the only ones that do this. Then we found YouTube, then we found other growers, like just being able to, like, wow, then meeting people like you, it's like, damn, there's fucking cool weed nerds out there that are just like suck. Yeah. You know what I mean?
All we want to do is smoke weed and talk about the cannabis we grow and share what we grow.
Yeah, to being able to relate to things, because they're, like I said, we don't know a lot of growers, so we can't relate to other people about growing tips, about, what do you grow in your garden? But with somebody like you, it's like, hey, what strain are you smoking on? What are you growing in your garden? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It's, I guess, mutual things, I guess we can.
Yeah, mutual conversations. Yes. Definitely. And that's where we found it, was absolutely at Subcools. That's where it gave us that initial, initial expression.
Where where we could felt like there was when I say weed nerd love, it's like there's actually, he had a weed nerd family behind him. And that's what I feel like when I'm in your chat. I'm like, wow, this is like, it kind of brings back the days when I would be in Subcools channel, just all the weed nerds hanging out, nothing but positive vibes, talking about Dane, just, you're so welcoming, Eagle, and it's so awesome to see what you're doing for this community. I just want to give you a huge shout out, because, there's not a lot of people that are going to take forth the effort to be able to be like, you know what, I'm going to carry on this tradition for him. I'm going to be able to, put his name out there and push forward, because that's where you really recognize real in the end. And where are his people at now? Those that really cared for him, but you got people like you that really had love for the man. So shout out to what you're doing for the culture and for stuff.
100%. Wow.
It goes both ways, guys, man. I don't know if you guys remember the episode. Well, you guys took a lull there for a bit, and then I remember when I seen you guys pop back up, I was fucking stoked. I was like, hell yeah. About time they fucking came back around. And I don't know if you guys remembered when you tuned in. I remember seeing that fucking name scroll by. I was like, fuck yeah. I called that shit out as soon as I seen it. If you guys remember, right? I was like, fuck yeah, that is cool as fuck. So I was saying, I'm glad you guys are back, fucking making videos, fucking hanging out with us, doing the thing. Because fucking we need it. There's plenty of fucking love out there, fucking, to hang out, man. The time is right. Fucking COVID, jeez, COVID will make us all crazy if we don't do some fucking hang out. That's for damn sure. I was blessed today, man. Hanging out today, being able to go to a cannabis event and meet. Well, I got an opportunity to meet firsthand some of these people and chat today, which was fucking badass. Long overdue. Long overdue. I was ready to come home, man. My batteries were all charged up today. I can't wait to go back till tomorrow. It's fucking gonna be another amazing day, man. I actually love the community. Get out there and fucking meeting people and fucking like you said, like what you what are you smoking on? But firsthand and just seeing that, what everybody brought, because everybody today had that little case and shit. As soon as we got together, we're like, pow, look what I brought. Here, take some. Take some of this. I got some of this for you. I'm looking forward to fucking round two tomorrow, man. Fucking great day. Great days. Have you guys been lucky enough to at least pull off hanging out at one? One over there in Cali?
Man, it's better than the Cornell Smalls out here. It's funny because California, don't get me wrong, they still have, the events, like the local events, the underground events and stuff like that. But to be honest, I mean, like, that's a lot of the reason why we took a hiatus is because we extended our family. We had a child. So a lot of the reason why we took a leave of absence was because of the fact that we had a baby, and we wanted to be responsible parents. And I was going through a lot because while she was pregnant, I was actually in the midst of upgrading, building a new facility, which is where we are now. Now we're able to, in the comfort of our own home, have a facility away from everybody, away from the family. We can, separate the two, the grow life and the family life. So in doing that, for about a year, I was, building this room here where it was from scratch. We was having to build the framing, the drywall, the insulation, painting, everything. You know how it goes. You have a background in construction. You know how hard the work is. So me being the individual I took on the whole burden myself, and I got her done. Like in due time. Like it took me about a year to do, but by the time the baby was birthed, it was all set in stone. I was able to, get to rocking and get to moving. And by doing that, like it consumed me to the point where, like I said, I wasn't able to be in the streams, on the tube, on Instagram. It was just,
especially since we're so used to working as a team. It's like, wait,
I lost my partner for a little bit there. So
it's totally an adjustment.
But I mean, in all regard, we made it work, and it paid off in the end, because now we have the luxury of this here, so where we can enjoy the moment. It'd be much rather than us having to be outside, and doing this live stream right here. That would be kind of tough.
Right. So I'm always curious to know, things are changing, times are changing for sure. And, being that, I'm doing this when I started, it was a big risk. Shit, you could have very easily lost the family. You reviewed, definitely didn't have the essential label back then that has been, if anything, I kind of laugh at it, but it's kind of nice to see it come that far around. But as new parents and as times unfolding, I'm curious to know how young parents like yourself uh, view cannabis and possibly uh, turning this on to your children someday. I mean, again, I understand now, and I respect that you took it away from the house. The right and respectful thing to do. But we're talking as we're talking as an industry unfolds and it's becoming more normal and legal. And think about it. I mean, the possibility is there that you could make a career out of this, as you're trying to do. I'm trying to do. Many people are trying to do. There is now the possibility, as you know, time goes on and uh, normality, if you will, comes into play. This could be something that could be generational. You know what I mean? Have you ever thought of, someday that if we could, you could keep things going, that it could be something that could be a master's skill passed down. I'm always curious how that, what you guys' thought might be on new parents' thoughts on that. Because as kids, we were like, there's no fucking way. You know what I mean? But nowadays, there's a more prouder moment. You know what I mean? We're actually trying to teach them that it isn't crazy, that there is medicine. Not only it's medicine, but it's very fair therapeutical. Sorry, just being in the garden. You know what I mean? Just spending that time, and not only that, just introducing to the children to the garden in a small way uh, could fire up just love for gardening in general in other ways, or vice versa. Just even in the beginning, it ain't cannabis, tomatoes, around the yard, and I'm teaching them that way, and then later on, honing their skills on house plants, and then later on going, I was just teaching you. Now that you understand soil and you're of age, and let me show you what you could be doing. Is that a possibility? Maybe later on. I mean, it's their choice ultimately, but
That one. Well, honestly, I would be open to it just for the fact that, like you said, if you can grow your own and you're able to grow your own like vegetables, that is, like you said, why not kind of lead them in that direction to where, I mean, because growing vegetables is kind of like growing ganja, well, in my opinion, you know? And the way I see it is, since it's been a huge, like, positive thing in our life, I don't see why it would be a negative thing in his life. Because I'm sure, I mean, if he wants to help people in need and grow a plant that helps people, I'll support that. Why wouldn't I? You know, I can't sit there and say, hey, you can't help others in need and grow this cannabis plant when I did it. You know what I mean? That would kind of be wrong. Because I mean, I would support it. I would say I would support it. I know it'd probably be a long time from now that I would basically see the difference in, like you said, it changing from the way it used to be back then. Back then it was different. Now it's more like, okay, it's more acceptable, I guess you could say.
well, in my case, I've seen how it can change lives in so many aspects. From the gardening aspect, from the medical aspect, to just having fun with it. Why wouldn't I want to pass something I'm so excited on, and want to someday pass it on? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It'd be
why
just
not?
great.
If they have the passion to help those, like you said, and it's a good thing, then why not, right?
I kind of weird, in a weird kind of hippie-ish way, and I've said this before. I actually think this plant's been, you know, we all think right now we're on like this weird moment where we know that something's about change, but we're not kind of sure what. You know what I'm saying? But I kind of really think that cannabis has been sent here, and it's in a resurgence to kind of help us with that next step. In the years since it's become legalized, I can't help but see the trending towards organics, and then you know what I mean. It goes from wanting to grow the plant either for rec or medical reasons, then you start growing the plant, and then you get. It seems that the progression is then organics, and then from there, I mean, it's composting. And then I've seen as it actually progresses, it like actually, you know, wanting to just do more in society in general. The better you want to be. Seems like the plant's just coaching you as you the progression to be a better person as you more you be around it.
And you get more
It's weird.
interested in it.
It's like they say, it's a symbiotic relationship, right? Where you almost feel like it is honestly what they say, you reap what you sow.
Exactly.
Where it creates that symbiotic relationship where you put in all the energy and efforts into this plant and maintaining it and growing it to the best of your abilities. You're absolutely getting feedback from it because of the way it grows. You know what exactly you need to put into it to get the results you want. It's a communication thing, like you said, yeah. But it's you know what I mean? It's a synergy. I don't know. It's weird, the relationship we have with our plants.
It is.
But it's awesome because it's a spiritual thing. Yeah, absolutely. Singing. I mean, I don't go a day without listening or singing or having some kind of form of music in the background when I'm in the garden.
Love music.
They love it, as well as I. That's what motivates me in the garden. Like I said, these live stream podcasts. The music. I mean, we all have our driving factors, but I mean, you're absolutely one of them. Just to know that. I mean,
I think it's cool too.
I appreciate
how he's willing to kind of pass it on to his children as well.
Yeah, absolutely, too. As a weed nerd. And that's what I was going to, back to your question where you were talking about the generational thing. So I absolutely, with all intend to pass this on generationally because of the fact that that's why I built this. You know what I mean? I've been out of the working, what do you want? What's the word? The working environment, the working class citizen for a while, and I've been focused on my grow and being a cultivator.
He puts everything into
so therefore, my only foresight is to do this generationally. That's why I proceeded in, you know what I mean, buying a home through cannabis. Like if it weren't for cannabis and Subcool providing me the information I needed to get here today, I wouldn't have the threshold that I have with the abilities to create a generational wealth in that situation because of the fact that I purchased a home, you know what I mean? I invested in solar, and then I built this facility here, which can, you know what I mean? We can provide the maximum. So therefore, what we have is very obtainable on that generational level. It's just a matter of if we can provide the right intel and motivation to, you know what I mean, our next generation to hopefully want to do that and take forth those responsibilities. Because it is hard, you know what I mean? It's not easy to, you know what I mean, do what we've done or try to accomplish what we have. But once we've already laid the groundwork, it makes it that much easier. The foundation is there, the foundation I wish I would have had, unfortunately, wasn't there. But that's why, we have the opportunity as parents to do the best within our capabilities and abilities to do so. And I'm glad and I'm blessed that I was able to do so by, you know what I mean, the tutelage of Sub, like I said, it's, every day it was learning something, you know what I mean? Even with the little insights that he would give us or the conversations, like you said, off camera, behind the scenes, there was so much information that he was giving us.
And he was not.
And he wasn't shy about it. He wasn't withholding any information. It was just like, hey, what you see is what you get. And that's the way it came across in his, you know what I mean, his persona. That's why a lot of people didn't agree with his ideals. But hey, everybody to each his own. Your opinions are your opinions. You can agree to disagree, whatever it may be. But at the end of the day, you should have respect for somebody who wants to express their opinions. And you know what I mean? Like, provide a wealth of information that he did. Like, there's nothing but credit due there. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way I feel. And that's why with what I do, like I said, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't even be here today, brother. Honestly, I don't know where I'd be.
Mm-hmm.
But we are, and I'm glad I am, because we get to smoke this bowl because of it.
Cheers, everyone.
Cheers. So I'm curious to know, and I wonder this about myself and others too. As you know, we're lucky enough, hopefully, you're lucky enough to progress in the cannabis industry, through legal channels, building your grow. Uh, so if you're lucky enough to hit it out of the park, you know what I mean, to where you're blessed, just absolutely blessed. Uh, do you ever see yourself like stepping out of the grow? I mean, as you progress, how much, if money, like I said, if you were blessed with money, would you still be in the trenches, or will you be at a desk trying to open?
Hell fucking yeah. I love this shit, man. I wouldn't know what else to do with myself. But no, I mean, yeah, honestly, if given the right opportunity, I'd help somebody out. But I'd still be doing what I do because what I tell people all the time is why build somebody else up when you can build yourself up? And that's what we've learned today. And that's, if anything was taught to me by Sub, that's what he taught me. You know, why work for anybody else and build somebody else up when you can do that for yourself? Build your brand. I mean, there's a I'm sorry, excuse us. Uh, I mean, the cannabis industry is so vast, and you know what I mean. The availability that's open with it growing. You know what I'm saying? As a general, and the open mindedness of it, and companies are building every day. You know, so I'm I'm not willing to take those routes, but I'm sure other people are, and to each his own. You know what I mean? For their sake, hopefully it works out. But for me, I'd rather just, like I said, just keep working on me and building us up, and eventually being to the point where generational wealth is not an issue. It's more of a necessity. You know what I mean? Because the way I look at it is almost like I hate to use this as a reference, but Wayne Industries. You know, Bruce Wayne, the comics, Batman. You know, he carried on the legacy in a beneficial way, and that's basically what my intent is with this. You know, like hopefully, like initially, like you said, we were outlaws when we started doing this shit, right? It wasn't it wasn't out of it was out of necessity for me, honestly. Like I did it because I had no other choice. It was either this or go on the streets and do something that I didn't want to, and I knew there was a negative end in that because of my background. You know, I didn't come in the best upraising and upbringing, so you know I know what it is and to be in the system, and I wasn't trying to go that route. But unfortunately, with the opportunities I was given and the skills that I hone, hey, why not grow cannabis and do it at a high level, right?
Right, I agree, and that's kind of, again, not to sound stupid or like hippie-ish, but getting back to what I was saying earlier, man, this plant I think has really come to a forefront to kind of clean things. Really, I do. I mean, like you said, there's many of us that do this today, all different walks of life. All different walks of life came from different places, different stories, and that's one of the things I think myself and everybody else loves about this thing that's going on here is hearing all the different stories and backgrounds. But in the end, what I'm saying again about this plant is it's weird how it's pulling us along to better ourselves. Like I said, it progresses as we go along. But I mean, I've had a crazy path, crazy path, crazy path. Did I ever think at some point I would spend a good portion of my time researching microbes, organics, and shit like that? No, it's all due to this plant, brother. That it's like I said, it's just pulling us into being better people. We didn't even see it coming, but once we threw that seed in the dirt, It all changed. I've said that 1,000 times. We all have a view of it when we're using it, just using it, either recreational or medicinally. But once you throw that thing in the ground, now it's fucking chapter two. You've come into a whole new phase of cannabis. It's a whole different deal. And then from then, like I said, just like it has the power to clean the bullshit out of the earth, I believe it has the power to clean the bullshit out of us. I really believe that shit. I do.
Yo, I couldn't agree with you more because hey, if you're in a tough situation, let's say you got a bad energy going into that room and you got work to do, guess what? They're gonna give you that negative feedback. They ain't gonna like you for much longer. They're gonna give you hell until the moment you leave. Tell you what, because I mean, it's like this. So if you take 100% care in the things you love, they're only going to give you 110% back of that same energy. So that's the way it goes with what we doing and growing. Like you said, I mean, it's weird that we ended up in this situation. Like you said, we're growing cannabis. We're learning about microbes. We're learning about worms and you know what I mean, regenerative soil, and you know what I mean, how we can better our environment and our habitats and what we were taught. You know what I mean? The three R's: recycle, reuse, reduce, and reuse. You know, we were taught that fundamentally when we were young. And who would have thought that we would be where we are today and practicing those same habits? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's literally what we're doing every day, because with my soil, I'm not regeneratively using it in my garden indoors because I'm an indoor grower and I don't want to bring the pests back in. After I get rid of it, I like to just, you know what I mean? I disperse it the means I choose to, which is in my garden outside. You know, I have a vegetable garden, I have an outdoor garden, I have a lawn. You can always supplement the earth in so many ways. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be a waste not to. And so that's why I enjoy doing things organically, because no matter what I'm doing, I'm putting it back into the source it came from. Even with the breakdown of the leaves, you know, the leaves go in the soil and then they'll break down and eventually feed it to the earth, which is the worms, and become castings, and eventually feed my plants, which are going to be inhabiting those areas or vicinities, whichever I choose to be. But yeah, man, it's crazy because I would have never thought I'd be where I was today from where I was as a teenager, like you said, or as a middle-aged adult. Luckily, I was, the good thing about my situation, I was forced on responsibility very early, to where I had to learn to be responsible. I'm the oldest sibling in my family, and I grew up with a single mom. You know, my father was in the system. You know, if y'all know what that means. So he wasn't around a lot, and so I had to grow up being the man of the house in a sense. So therefore, I had to take on responsibility. So naturally, with the growing of the cannabis and moving on in my life, that's exactly what I did, in necessity, but also in habit. You know what I mean? And it's fortunate for me, because if not, yeah, who knows where I'd be, and who knows where we'd be. Like you said, it's we took the path less chosen, and for reasons being that there was always something in our life that was altering that path in a positive way, which now we're obviously able to spread these positive vibes and energies, and the same teach, you know what I mean? Like, share our experiences, because we've experienced a lot, you know, and it can only benefit the next person, whether it be the generational thing or the public on these social platforms and da 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 da. But at the end of the day, I mean, I'm blessed and I'm grateful to be where I am because of cannabis, thanks to cannabis, for sure.
Yeah, I have been willing to give up a lot of things. A lot of things. almost everything. To be honest with you, at one point, it's still today. But I won't refuse to give up the cannabis. To be honest with you, I'm not. I can honestly say I'm not addicted to it. There's been times where I've have to, not smoke. If I don't have to smoke during the day or during the job day or whatever, I don't. Don't bother me like that. As long as I go home and smoke, I'm cool with that. But man, I have most definitely chosen job pass. And to be honest with you, as I had kids, life calls for changes as have kids. You have kids, you have to. We fucking gotta come up with that money somehow. You know what I mean? And in my instance, uh, kid one, alcohol. Boom, you're out of here. Fuck out of here. Made me more responsible anyway. It had to be done. Just made sense, both financially and just made sense. So, and that helped. That helped. That most definitely fucking paid for diapers. Well, fucking was drinking up definitely paid for diapers. Child two, chewing tobacco. Had to go. Wanted to live to see them girls. Fucking when I got old. Didn't want no cancer. Need that money. Pay for diapers. And again, at that time, can a day, which was like at that time, like which is weird. That was a long fucking time ago. It was like it had worked up to like $5.50 a can. I was like, fuck this. By the time a few more later years, it's gonna be $10 a can. Now, like fucking let's see, 21 years later, the shit's still $5.50 a can. But anyway, you know, back then, $5.50 a day, paid for diapers. Even if she fucking shitted a 20 pack, still fucking paid for diapers. Girl three, my baby girl cool, Courtney. Fucking, I was like, all it was left in my life that was like a sin, if you was cannabis. And I was like, yeah, I'll make this shit work. I work extra hours, get another job. I ain't giving up my cannabis. That's one corner I'm not cutting. I'll make it work somehow. But yeah, that lady's always been present through job choices. Ladies have come and gone too. Fucking with that choice. Sorry, ain't happening. You ever heard that song, that country song, the Brad Paisley? Oh shit, I got another bite, and he's wishing her the best because he's choosing fishing all the time. And then at the end of the song, he's like, "I'm gonna miss you," and then he's like, "Looky there, I got another bite." Like he chose the fishing over the girl. Same thing with cannabis. Looky there, another bud. Oh, she's gone. Oh, I have to smoke this in her honor. Definitely a love affair with Mary Jane.
Yo, but at the end of the day, it led you here. So you chose the right thing in a way, in all the sacrifice. And that's the thing. Like, I'm learning that, like you said, as a parent myself. As a first-time parent, I'm learning the sacrifice for sure. So, I mean, and it's a learning process. Like you said, you'll learn to deal with your vices and, you know what I mean, before they become an issue. But in the same, you just have to believe me, like Barbie talked about earlier, that's where we have cannabis. Luckily, we're able to find this relief, this stress relief through cannabis. And whether it be a live stream, like I said, like it's such a relief knowing that we all have somewhere to go. Which look, we have a bunch of people in the chat hanging out with us right now. And thank you everybody for tuning in. We appreciate that so much. Growers love to everybody. But what I wanted to reiterate is that's why this thing is so valuable. You know what I mean? Like without this, life would be that much more stressful, whether it be cannabis and the live streaming or the both, you know, like they both coincide. I feel like you can't have one without the other. You can't have one without the other.
Yeah, point out there is fucking a nice crowd tonight, and no doubt that you have brought some people to the community tonight as well. I happen to notice as chat's been rolling by, I don't think there's any coincidence that many people with Frezno on the end just happened to show up tonight because I'm sure it had everything to do with you guys being here tonight. So thank you.
Hey, and that's why we're here, to spread those blessings, you know?
And it has a lot to do with you too, because if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here as well.
Absolutely. You give us the platform and we shall come. What is it? If you build it, they will come. Well, you built the platform, buddy.
We are here.
And we're here with pleasure.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So what do you guys smoking on currently? Did I ask you that? What are you guys smoking on tonight?
No, we haven't got that question yet.
Not yet.
But we're actually smoking on some Wookiees. This is a special cut only, clone only strain. I don't know how well it's going to show up. It's purple Wookiees. It's a white times the cookies times, what was the other one? Chem Dog, baby?
I think so.
I think the third was Chem Dog in there, and it's a beautiful strain. It's just covered in perps and frost. The camera probably doesn't do no justice, fortunately. But yeah, we're loving it. We're enjoying it. That's what we have on the menu tonight because it was easily available to us. What you smoking on?
I am still, well, fuck. I have been on a smorgasbord tonight. Fucking a little bit of everything. Luckily, the beautiful events of like today, like I said earlier, everybody in that circle, you know, this is what I got. This is what I got. Well, shit got passed. Shit got passed today, man. I'm red-eyed from all new shit. You know how you get when you step out of your garden and you fucking start puffing on some shit that you ain't new terp profile, new strain. Well, fuck, came home with a whole fist of shit that I ain't been smoking on in a minute. It's got me fucking stymied. I've been smoking blue lime pie, some fucking I Smiley jumped off before I got to ask him what these fucking. I don't know if it's an MM or WW. It's probably Mimosa, I bet. That was fucking good. Or this fucking other one that I got here, the fucking KB. Either way, man. Good shit, man. I've been smoking on some shit all day. Fucking Modern Genetics. We're fucking hanging out with him today. First thing right off the bat, man. Get there down in Clio and fucking couple joints go around. And this cat throws in, I shit you not, like a fucking marble of fucking hash in this pipe. And fucking, I don't know what was what, but man, everybody seemed to get the munchies or need a drink right at fucking. So it ended up like 5 of us just smoking this fucking marble. And fucking, it was, guys, it was so big. It was like one of the fucking, like a subcool, like sidecar kind of pipe. That fucker was like molten hot.
Melting over the sides and shit,
That's from the hash blowing in there so hot, so long that the pipe was hot just from like 30 minutes of this hash ball rolling. And
yo,
man, whew,
that sounds like a session I'd love to be a part of. My bad if you didn't hear that.
You know, it's funny.
I'd love to be a part of that sesh. That would be awesome.
Reaching out as this thing's being passed back and forth too. He's saying that I've made instructions I want this to be, you know how like at funerals, like they go and do some sense around the room. He's like, this is what I want, a hash ball, just being like around the room, sending the room, yeah, calming the crowd of their sorrows. I'm like, that's fucking funny right there, dude. But I can see it if that's what you want, man. I'm still around. I try to make this shit happen for you. I'm that type of guy too. You know, I try to keep it real. I try to keep it true, man. This happened. It's kind of a sad but true story, man. I had a friend of mine that passed in the last year, and the only thing that I didn't do that he probably wanted was I'll get to that. I'll get to that. He passed on this year from fentanyl. He fucking somehow or another, whatever, went down that path and took his life. So, being a true friend, I took 2 outfits. Everywhere that man went, he had a Slayer shirt. He was always that guy, no matter where. Back of the class, I knew him since I was like toddler. He was always that big kid in the back of the class after the teacher, that long talk from the teacher, whatever. Slayer, the auditorium principal's done talking. Slayer, and so I left the house that day. I left the house in a dress shirt, and I took my fucking Slayer shirt. And I fucking debated it all the way there. And I thought he would want me to be there in this fucking Slayer shirt. So I took it. And I fucking shit you not. I wore the Joinster shirt thinking, man, I'm gonna fucking be respectful of family. It is a fucking funeral. And then I seen one other true friend, that fucking Slayer shirt on. And I shit you not, as I fucking walked to the fucking funeral door, I fucking stripped off my fucking shirt, fucking put that fucking Slayer shirt on, and I sat there in the middle of that church ceremony with that pentagram skull with pentagram eyes, and just knew that's what he wanted. And the only thing that I didn't do was throw that Slayer in at the end of the sermon. I just couldn't muster that up as much as I wanted, and it knew it needed to be done. That's the only thing I didn't do. But I did show up in that Slayer shirt, church and all. And I had to put my head down going through that church door. It was 2 of them too. It was not only just where the funeral was being held, which was a beautiful church. But then that ceremony said to be church, from one church to another where the family had the dinner and all. And I didn't sway it either. I went to the dinner too with the Slayer shirt on. Both times had to, go, I know this probably isn't right, but it's right. So please forgive me as I step through this door and doing what my buddy would have wanted. So. Hell yeah.
Yo, you did the right thing in doing that. That's absolutely that. I mean, in honor of, like that's what you do. By knowing somebody and their likenesses, you know what they would have wanted, and that's in honor of. So anything you can do in their memory, I mean, that's the best you can do. Because guess what? I mean, it kind of goes with it, right? It's not like this is the last, but your final goodbye in a way. So the best thing you can do is honor the best you know how. And that's what you did. So that's awesome, man.
Yes, sir.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so what are you guys running currently in your garden? Get a little bit back to the cannabis, I guess. Should take it back there. Cheers. I'm gonna light one up myself. We were talking about how the hell we get talking about from where the fuck we were smoking on to fucking that. Talk about a fucking side hole rabbit. Holy shit.
Weed nerd! It's some good weed we smoking on, huh?
Yeah.
That's right.
What a man. Totally got squirreled there. Totally got squirreled there.
Hey, it's a good combo, man. I can appreciate it. I'm sure the chat can. It looks like the chat's going crazy. Cheers to everybody in the chat.
Yes,
Chris
cheers.
Merch, Jenny Cannesty, Resurrect, Anthro. We got
Let's do
lots of
this,
heads I
Reddy.
ain't seen in a while, and I'm glad they're here. Mr. Green Pots.
Shout out to Reddy, the Head Hot Fire, for introducing
I
us
appreciate
to
everybody.
Eagle Gardens.
Absolutely. If it wasn't for Reddy, I don't know if I would have found you, brother. I mean, I probably would have eventually, you know, because of the algorithm, and I'm always searching cannabis live streams and shit. But I'm glad he pointed me in your way because
he's always showing love to everybody's channel. That's one thing about Reddy. That guy got a big heart, die-hard weed nerd, and at the same time, like I said, if it wasn't for him, he was like, yo, you gotta link up with Eagle Gardens. He's a weed nerd. You guys are weed nerds. You guys gotta all get together, you know, it's weed nerd family, you know. So I guess you could say we're blessed to say that Reddy is the one, you know, that led us this way. So thanks to that. Cheers.
Cheers. Fire in the bowl.
Reddy, you're the man, Reddy.
I gotta agree with that 100%. Cheers. Cheers to you, Reddy to hit the hot fire.
Always showing love and respect at everybody's channel.
I always like to say that I've said it many times too, specifically directed to him. That guy's better than Streamlabs. He really is. As far as dropping links and, you know, supporting everybody's channel, I mean, he's on it. I mean, who the hell really needs Streamlabs?
Yeah,
when you
really.
got him, yeah, man.
We've known Reddy
Go ahead. You were muted.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but it's funny because Reddy, dude. Reddy is such an awesome individual.
He's been there since our first live stream, and he's been supporting us throughout the whole way. Because, like you said, there's not a lot of people that are gonna sit there and support you from day one until, you know, that's when you really know who your peoples are in the end. And Reddy has been with us, I guess you could say, through the journey. And
Mr. Green Pots too. We ain't forgot about you, buddy.
And Claire FNZ.
But I mean, yeah, no, dude. Back to your question though. I'm sorry. You asked us what we're growing right now. So what we got growing is obviously the Wookiees that we just showed you. That's one of the premier strains that we just got, and we're fucking loving it.
Yeah.
We're definitely gonna be rocking that a lot more. Where I don't know if you can see this. We just had these limited edition stickers made, so hit us up if y'all about the slap life. And check our Instagram out. You'll get a better picture of those. But yeah, we're growing that Wookiees that we got from a friend. I just got recently, within the past 2 weeks, or maybe a little longer, about a month maybe now.
Yeah.
Apple fritter, which I'm really excited about that strain. You know, there's a lot. I've tried it for myself. I really fucking enjoyed it. So I can't wait to grow it and add my, you know what I mean, touch to it. See how that works out. That's a new one. We got Charlotte's Gift in the flower room right now. We're doing a pheno hunt of Charlotte's Gift, which is it's Charlotte's Web times Ringo's Gift. Yes. It's a high CBD cross. So we're going through the pheno hunt and trying to find the one with the highest CBD properties in that. What else?
What we have growing in our garden right now?
Yeah.
What about the pineapple orange OG?
Oh yeah, pineapple orange OG. That was a pheno hunt we did over there, and we found a particular pheno that is fucking great. Like that thing stretches, kind of like the ones you got in the back over there. Super stretchy to the top, but still fucking packing nugs, like little fucking tiny bombs. That's what we love. So we got that. We got our what we like to call our there's a word I'm looking for. Well, the one we're most known for, you know what I mean? We're best known for the tiger smoke. The tiger smoke is a strain that, damn, did my hat pin come undone? Yeah. Uh-oh. Excuse me. But, tiger smoke. So tiger smoke was one of the strains that we received. It's a rare specimen. It's by Bodhi Seeds. And we actually received that a long time ago from that same buddy we talked about, who blessed us with the subcool seeds. We ended up holding on to that tiger smoke. It's a pre-92 Bubba times Appalachia. Yeah, Bubba Kush, pre-92 Bubba Kush. So it's one of them old school strains, real short, stocky, stacks.
We've had her since we've been together, so that's about 11 years, and she's been with us like the only strain I guess you could say that we had the longest.
That whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And Space Cookies. Yeah,
Space Cookies is one that we have. So if you're familiar with Space Cookies was one of Subcool's like limited edition strains. It was Space Queen times cookies, but it wasn't the cookies, you know, the QOOKIES. You remember that one back in the day? Well, it was like his second creation of cookies, which he labeled Space Cookies. We fucking love that strain. We still rocking that.
I love that.
And we will for as long as we can.
Space Candy.
Space Candy. No, we're not rocking Space Candy right now.
More. Oh, not
Space
right
Candy's gone. Unfortunately. Oh shit, we lost audio. Shit.
No, that was me.
Okay, you were muted. Good thing. You thought we were having technical difficulties over here. Go ahead.
Space Candy was one of my favorites. That's that fire. She purpled out and had that true candy taste to her. I mean, even when you sniffed her in the bag, she just smelled sweet, just candy-like.
Cotton candy, right?
Yeah. I always forget that one for some reason when I was asked that fucking question today.
It was a cotton candy cut. Yeah. You probably ended up finding the same pheno that I did, which is, like you said, it turns heavy purple in the later stages of flower and just drops massive amounts of frost, bro. And when you get the buds in the bag, the jar, the fucking dry sift, the hash, everything smelled like cotton candy. It was just so sweet. It was like superficial, you know what I mean? Like artificial fucking candy flavoring. It was crazy. I love that shit, but I mean, unfortunately, we lost it. I don't know how. Sometimes you know how those things go.
We still have some to smoke on right now.
Yeah, actually, we do. We do actually have some to smoke on. So, if we would like to, we could, in memory of.
And special because we're on Equal Garden Show.
What better place than here, huh?
Yes, sir.
Right on. Yeah, that shit happens, man. You think you took that clone, put her in the flower, you're like,
fuck, it's already 4 weeks in. Too late now. Fucking shit.
In my case, it's always after, like, I've snipped that last bud, you know, my last chance at a fucking revenge and shit. I'm like, I'm like looking over my cups. Oh, fuck. You go.
I know it too well. It's a shitty feeling, right? You're like, damn, how could I have been so irresponsible? Fuck.
Yes, I know, man. I always keep a couple of them back, but then again, I look back and I'm like, I kept 2 back. You know, what are my chances of, you know, getting that one again? I'm glad I got the 2, but oh well.
Yeah.
Move on.
Shit happens.
It does.
And that's the thing, you know what I mean? As we learn to be growers, you know what I mean? Our cultivars, sometimes they precede us. You know what I mean? They precede us. Like, they just happen to find their way through our grass in a, you know what I mean? Not in a beneficial way. They find their way outside of the fucking garden through the flower and harvest to where we're not able to recycle them again. and have that regenerative clone because of the fact that some things just bypasses. It happens. I mean, fuck, when you're trying to hold like 20 cultivar, you're doing phenotype hunts, pheno selection hunts, or you're doing a test run. You know what I mean? Because I had tester phases too. You know, I was a tester for sub for a while there, so I was able to, you know what I mean. Luckily back then I was able to, you know what I mean, maintain all that. But what I'm saying is, if you have so many cultivars you have to maintain, some of them just happen to, you know what I mean, be overseen or oversaw, and you just forget about. It sucks to say, but it happens. Shit happens, and that's why I'm blessed that with the skills we have. Sometimes even if they do go late in flower, which I've had a couple times happen, 2-3 weeks in,
we weren't able to bring it back. Thank God.
It'll start to flower on us, and it start to grow some nice little buds, and then I'll throw it in a cloning fucking incubator. What the fuck are we? What do we call them? I forget.
Trays?
Yeah, the propagator.
Oh.
The cloning propagator, and I throw them in there, and then they happen to root for me. So therefore, I don't lose the strain. Sometimes. Not saying that happens all the time, but when it does, I mean, it's a blessing with the skills that we obtain, you know what I mean, to be able to do that. And so that's why I didn't lose the space cookies, because one time it did happen to get laid in flower, and I was like, oh, fuck, I don't have a fucking clone of it. I better go in there and see what I can do.
Yes.
And luckily I was able to do what I needed to keep that around.
Oh yeah, sometimes it's easier to take them out of clone on a flower there. You get some massive. That one you get out of that one usually is like crazy bushy. You can just take a ton of clones off her. You're like, I was worried about losing her, but now I've got 50 clones. If you needed them off that revenge there.
Yeah, no, absolutely, brother. I mean, because once it grows out of that flower, it re-veges. You end up having to fucking chop half that lower part of the plant, and so the regrowth on that shit is explosive. That's what I'm working on right now, because that space cookies that I'm talking about, I have a video out on my channel. If you guys aren't aware, go check it out. It's the earth juice transplant video. I actually, that's what I'm talking about. The space cookies ended up going so far in flower where I had to cut the clone, keep it around, and it proceeded to where now it's already vegged out and be practically ready for flower. But the fucking the regrowth on it is fucking explosive. It's like, gosh damn, where did you come from? Last week he wasn't looking like this. One feeding later, 2 feedings later, it's like, whoa, all right. I'm glad you did what you did, but now I got to do some manicuring on you, make you look pretty again.
Oh yeah, you definitely got to clean them out, man. They can be a little overbushed when you bring them back.
It's definitely worth it though if you want to keep it around.
Hey, somebody in the chat said just cotton candy, like the smell in your exhale, Jack. All right, somebody got cotton candy in the air. That's good to hear.
Yeah, sounds like you got some fire growing over there. That's for sure.
Oh, we got a lot more.
Any plans to bring some new stuff in?
Oh yeah, always. We're always working on new stuff. It's just a matter of space, you know, space management. As long as I got the space for them, that's when I'll start the new cycle of strains and do my pheno hunt. But I usually do that about once a year, which I'm about due for a new one. And then with the whole, you know, that's what we're going to talk about. I'd like to talk to you about that when we get a chance behind the scenes about the grow along. We'll definitely get into talking about that.
Yeah.
Because we'd love to join along with all the weed nerds on that, for sure.
Hell yeah. I'd love to have you. time's ticking too. They're hoping to drop on the 29th, but you know, whenever is whenever. I was passing them out today too, so it's a good time to say something. I'm glad you did because I'll set some aside for you.
Definitely, that would be
I was
much appreciated. But so that's we'll definitely talk about that. That's something to talk about. Because I have I think I'm not sure if you're aware, but I have a lunchbox full of shit. That's why if I don't get, you know what I mean, if I'm not able to get involved with what you got going on, I might have something in my vault from Sub himself that I could possibly,
share.
Yeah. Either way, it'll still be a grow along, it'll just be something different or something along those lines.
right on. Well, there's no worries. You're gonna get some Agent Orange. I'll send you some Agent Orange for sure.
Awesome. Looking
No
forward to it.
worries. Hell yeah, man.
Oh,
Because as a weed nerd, you know how it is. You know those cultivars you haven't grown under the fucking TGA menu?
You just gotta grow.
We got it. You know what I mean? It's a must.
It's like
a bucket list,
Yeah.
I mean, in a minute, I'll actually go get one of my old menus. And I think I might even have the menu where I got them all crossed off, the ones that we've grown.
Yes, you did.
Doctor Who, Cheesequake, Ace of Spades,
the Blood Drive.
Blood Drive. We had the Blood Drive, the actual Blood Drive cut, which it wasn't actually on the menu, but it was that cut of Blood Drive. If you're familiar back in the day, the one that used to bleed when you cut it.
Bleed pink.
That shit was so delicious.
And then when we made hash, it was like pink water. So pretty.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember right, that unfortunately, I think Blood Drive left with Jinx. Jinxie took Blood Drive when he left. I think is why I didn't continue to be worked with. I'm pretty sure Jinx still works with Blood Drive. I could be wrong on that, but it was a backbone of his strains for a minute.
Okay. Yeah, no, sucks to say. Or, I mean, sorry to hear that on their behalf because, yeah, it was an amazing strain, and I haven't seen much of it since. I remember we had that cut, and it was like one of those clone-only cuts that was being spread around the community.
Even the
we were blessed enough.
Was really good too, huh?
Yeah, Pennywise. We were blessed enough by a buddy who's actually a common friend to, which you did an episode with him. And cheers to him, Mr. Bond 420. Mr. Bond 420 is a familiar friend to Cali Grown. So Cali Grown was a buddy of ours who we actually hung out with a lot in the early days. You know what I mean? In the early YouTube days. He was actually a known YouTuber. He used to do the YouTube videos and smoke along and show his grow and stuff like that. But, for whatever reason, he stopped doing that. You might see a little bit of his videos out there still. I don't know. Check him out. Be sure.
He was coming a little bit.
Yeah, no, he's a cool fucking dude. And he actually is the one who put me in touch with a lot of the TGA strains, right? You remember, baby? Mm-hmm. Which that's where we were growing a lot of them, and we were able to get more familiar with the TGA menu and, you know what I mean, everything as well there. Put us in connections with Mendo Dope and
Mendo Dope was awesome.
Really essential connector for what we got going on today. So I'd just like to send my love out to him. Probably not watching.
Episode 24, brother. He's the one that put me in touch with Bond. That's
Cali Grown's been on here?
He's fucking hell, but yeah, episode 24. Episode 24.
My bad, dude. I gotta go back and do my research. Yeah, man, that guy's fucking awesome. I'm glad he's been on here already. Fucking A. Yeah. Hey, great minds think alike, brother. That's why we all, migrate your way. It's the perfect place to be. Cheers on that note.
Okay, I think somebody in the chat had a question. They wanted to know what lights do you use now? I believe, right, Ready?
Oh, questions. All right. Currently, actually, that's a good question because currently we're actually transitioning from HPS to LED.
Yes.
So we reached out to HLG and they blessed us with a few things, and we've been proceeding to have good results with the HLGs. If you guys aren't familiar, Horticulture Lighting Group, they're an awesome company. Yeah, shout out to them.
Huge results, major results. Like
that's what this was grown under.
Honestly, to use
LED grown right here.
HLG is what's what we're.
And if anybody doubts the density, I can't break that shit. That shit is dense as a rock.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're using HLGs. We're having good results. Can't complain at all. Big ups to them guys over there.
Oh man, the time is most definitely time to switch for LED. That's for sure. I mean, I love the results. Greasier bud seems like bigger trichomes, more trichomes, and when you can actually like, and you know, I'm that kind of. I've said this quite a few times too. Is I could save a buck, but sometimes I don't. So when I like take that HPS out and I put in that LED and I'm like, oh, I'm only running half the power. But now what I really see is I can go twice the space
Yes.
for the same power.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's what put me onto it. You know what I mean? Like with us, we're home growers. We don't have a big old fucking warehouse where we can have 20,000 watt Gavitas or double endeds. You know what I mean? We run with what the space utilage we have and the amount of wattage we can use. You know what I mean? Obviously, most of us are doing upgrades. I have an upgraded, network of wiring, but even then I'm still limited on the fact that I'm, on a ground wire, I'm running everything through my breaker that runs my home. But I have a sub panel that helps. You know what I'm saying? The sub panel, if you guys are familiar, go out there, get you a sub panel, hook your grow up to that, because that's the best way to do it. Then nothing affects your house. It's always hooked up to that sub panel. All you gotta do is worry about that as your focal point. That's just a little, you know what I mean, grower's knowledge and experience dealing with electricians and that whole aspect of things. But here, let me spark this with you. And yeah, no, definitely, brother. Like you said, I can use one of them HLG 500s, and it covers a 5 foot by. Fuck, I can't say it. Let me take this hit first. I think that's why. I need some more gun, Jimmy.
Cheers, everyone in the
Cheers.
chat. Sorry, I took my.
You want to bring me a little something to wet my whistle, please, baby?
Your what?
Wet my whistle just a little bit. I'm empty. So that covers a 5x5 area, and that's only a 500 watt fixture. So if you can put two fixtures and it matches the output, the PPFD of 1,000 watts. So you're actually getting more, you know what I mean? Lumens, whatever you want to call it, micromoles per joule, whatever your terminology is for lighting. You're getting more lighting per square inch, and you're using less wattage. I mean, it's common sense. That's why I've started to upgrade. Like you said, I hate to have to lug around 1,000 watt fucking lights with the glass attached. It's like, it's ridiculous how fucking heavy those things are and how much damage they do to your home or your spaces that you're trying to maneuver them in and out of. Because we're cleaning shit every run. You know what I mean? So it makes it a lot easier when you can hold the fixture with two arms just walking through the doorway, or put it on your hip like a fucking skateboard like we used to do back in the day and just lug it around. It makes it that much simpler for me and convenient. So I mean, convenience has a lot to do with it. The advance in technology. I've done a little bit of the research. Obviously, the wattage. You know what I mean? Your output, carbon, your carbon footprint you're leaving behind. You're leaving less of a carbon footprint, and you're growing just as dank of buds, if not better and more. So I mean, yeah, definitely, brother. It's something to look into if you're not already. I mean, I know you have a couple different fixtures over there, and I still have some of my HPSs with me too, for the same reason. They got all these fucking dope ass stickers, some vintage stickers like TGA subcool stickers. Even if I get rid of them, I'm still gonna fucking mount them on my wall and use them for a studio light or something. You know what I'm saying? Like that's something you can't get rid of. Those memories are priceless. Go ahead, brother.
That's a great idea. That's a fucking great idea. That's a great idea. When I fucking build that pole barn that I fucking got in my head, that fucking outside of the grow room, because that's part of the reasons why I haven't taken the fuckers down. To be really honest with you, is fucking the space, man. It's like, what the fuck, them dinosaurs. I mean, they're the fucking XXLs back there, fucking dinosaur hoods. And it's like, where in the fuck am I going to put them? I take them down, where the fuck am I going to put them? It's going to take up a fucking whole fucking area. What? And I got this stupid fucking, like you said, sentimental attachment to them because they've got all my fucking stickers and shit on them. There's a good reason why I keep fucking pumping them along. It's like, man, I don't know. Just keep doing it until I keep telling myself, fucking, as soon as they go, I'll replace them. And I thought that day, one of them almost burned out. I thought it was like a week ago, month ago. I actually started calling the LED people. I'm like, hey, man, what do you think about giving me a deal on, getting rid of this shit? And then I went in there and fucked around with it and fucking, just bulb. Back again, can't do. I don't need nothing. It's all good. I ain't taking this shit down. Still running.
Yo, I'm laughing the whole time because that's the same mentality I have.
Something.
It's hilarious because Barbie looks at me the same way. She's like,
yes.
Yo, what the, like, they're just lights. Yeah. And it's like, nah, it's bigger than that. Like, they have so much value to us. It's much greater than, like, oh yeah, you could just replace it. But like, no, if it's not broke, why fix it?
Yeah.
And like you said, like the ballast is running, the fixture's running. You just got to change out the bulbs once a year or every few crops if you like. You know what I mean? Every 6 months, I would say, if you're really that, you know what I mean? That guy. But really, I run mine and switch them out every year, and I still get fucking
make sure we're cleaning
great output.
Yes. Yeah,
and you're cleaning them. You're not fucking banging your head on them and busting yourself open, make you want to get rid of them. That's happened a few times.
Dr. Buzz Lightyear's throwing his shots in behind my lights. I got it. I'm here to tell you.
Yo, and like you said, it's a perfect idea. They're retro. You know what I mean? Like at this point, we might as well make them fixtures in like a studio, some kind of like this environment, like a stream environment, just set up, propped up. Almost looks like a prop, but we could even like what the fuck you call it? Create our own ingenuity and kind of put some LEDs inside it or whatever. So we don't have to run the 1,000 watts. We could just run the fixture with those fucking little LED fucking strips in there or some shit. You know what I'm saying? There's always ways we can multi-purpose something, right?
Hell yeah. I mean, think about it. In your, see them, like you build your own pole barn someday in your man cave. They're just hanging in the ceiling. You know what I mean? Not necessarily in use or retro, like you said, just lighting up your man cave, but not necessarily growing something. And what's funny is when I moved up here, they were in my old grow. And I took these things down and I wrapped these things up in fucking huge ass paint tarps. Fucking gently rolled them up and flipped them up. I fucking took better care of these fucking four fixtures in the move than I did fucking priceless antiques, furniture, curio cabinets and shit. And I moved up here. They went, those like I had a fucking table that's been in my family for a long time. They got a fucking comforter thrown over it. These four lights right here, I dare say you could have fucking run and jumped on that pile and you wouldn't have cracked that glass in anything. I wrapped them before I wrapped them in that thick ass canvas paint tart. I'm telling you, it was a thick ass. I wrapped them in bubble wrap first. I went on my way and wrapped them bitches in bubble wrap and fucking then canvassed them up and shit. Taped them in duct tape, nice and tight. They looked like I was carrying bodies. It did. When I loaded them up, it looked like I was fucking lugging bodies around and shit, all in a fucking paint canvas tarp and shit. Neighbors were probably all fucking freaking out and shit. What the is that? What the fuck did he just carry in over there? That shit looked like a body. That looked like a body right there. You see a tattooed motherfucker? It looked like he carried a body in over there.
Yo, I know this feeling oh so well, brother. And it's funny that you say that because of the fact that it reminds me of. So it reminds me of the times when we had to move. Obviously, like we've been here and there and everywhere, and I'm a perpetual grower. You can't stop to grow in the middle of flower just because you got to move. Sometimes you don't have the opportunity to, finish your harvest and then shut down the flower and da 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 da. You don't. Sometimes you don't have that opportunity. So I've been in a position where I've had to deal with that, and I successfully was able to move things from point A to point B. So a little FYI for anybody who's out there, I can tell you what I did in that situation because it's a cool little story, And it reminds me of exactly what you're talking about because we obviously all do this at night as growers. That's when we move shit, right?
We're incognito.
You know what I mean? We like to be incognito. Like at the end of the day, it don't matter what everybody else thinks. They don't see what they don't need to. You get what I'm saying? So out of sight, out of mind is the way I think of things. I'd rather them think it's a body than some fucking cannabis plants.
Exactly.
In my honest opinion, because then they'd be like, yo, you don't fuck with that guy. He'll wrap you up in his house and disregard your body with no fucking mercy. You don't want to fuck with him. You don't want to fucking have your dog shit on his lawn, that's for sure. But in regard to that, so I mean, I've been in situations where I couldn't shut down the grow, unfortunately, and I had to fucking move things. You know what I mean, on a moment's notice. And the method I use to do that is I just put up a quick little grow in the new location, and basically what I would do is so during their sleeping cycle, I would move them via U-Haul. So I would rent a U-Haul. And I would load up the U-Haul with
That's
these motherfuckers.
That's a funny story, too, with the U-Haul.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. So at night, open up your garage, shove everything in the U-Haul. And sometimes the U-Haul doesn't back into your garage, so be aware of that. Don't back into your garage unless you do the measurements first.
And not to mention, if you throw a tank, make sure to, spray some type of Febreze before you take the truck.
We haven't got that far yet. Okay, that's later on in the story. But yes, definitely keep something that's gonna suppress the smell after because you're gonna have to return it.
And they're gonna want to tell you that you're gonna have to pay a fee for it smelling so potent.
So danky. But no, so I set up a quick, quick setup. Have my lights up, just enough to keep everything growing. You know what I'm saying? Because if they're in the flower cycle, obviously it's really hard to set up ventilation and your lights, and then if you have to put tarps on the floor, whatever you have to do, like the easiest way you can do all that is with the poly. You just lay some poly, tape it up, put your floor, pop some plants in there, throw up some lights, and as you're moving them from point A to point B during the sleep cycle, they don't get disturbed because you're moving from a dark period to a dark U-Haul, and then they're going right into your new location. And the only thing you got to be aware of is don't keep your lights on while you're moving the U-Haul. Try to be what do you want to say? Be discreet towards your neighbors and good neighbor, and don't flash your lights on their houses while you're backing in or moving it in at those times. But I mean, we were able to do it successfully. 6-foot plants, you know, moving from here to there, and we proceeded throughout that flower and never skipped a day. You know, so it can be done just for everybody out there who has been in that situation. FYI, that's an easy way to get her done.
It's a nerve-wracking fucking ride.
Hell yeah! Absolutely. But I mean, if you're like me and you, yeah, shut. Ain't nothing stopping us. Do what we gotta do.
I did the very same thing, but I'm telling you right now, yeah, I'm not here to say that it wasn't a sweaty fucking ride. Fucking, it was fucking 200 miles with this fucking that girl moved from point A to B, fucking headed down the highway like that, and it makes me laugh because it did move very much so at night. It got loaded up at night, and I shit you not, this is what happened when it got here. It's very similar to what you say and describe. That thing, instead of a U-Haul, I rented a buddy's snowmobile trailer, 16-foot snowmobile trailer, and I loaded that up with most everything. It had the lights in there, it had my babies, it had my Max in there, which is 72, and I knew I was going to need that 72 to start over, and they were already good sized in veg because I knew as soon as they got here, some of them needed to go in the flower to start things over again immediately. So fucking what I did, and I did this purposely because they can take that veg time a little, more abruptly. You know what I mean? So they were all in veg for roughly about a month before the move. So I moved them up here. I hauled them up here. They grow equipment. Last fucking load. I took everything from that other place, and then had somebody sitting there at that one, and I was like, all right, I'll be back. And that was the last thing that went. I backed that trailer right into that fucking garage. All the girls were loaded into the nose of that fucking thing. Grow equipment right behind that. You know what I mean? In reverse order. Equipment, set up the lights, pull out the girls, fire that bitch up. You know what I'm talking about? That's the way she was loaded. Just like that. Fucking took that bitch, fucking rolled it up here. It sat in front of where she is right now for 24 hours. I knew it wasn't going to hurt them girls to sit in 24-hour darkness. I wanted to feel the neighbors out and see what everybody's coming and goings were. And it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. They were probably, like you said, fucking thinking the Adams family moved in or something over here, because it was like, they're finally moving. Holy cow, that door opened. And then it was like, doom, 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 ching, fucking everything closed right back up. And fucking one light was fucking put up that night. One HPS hung, and everything was put under there and fucking vegging out. I was like, you girls need some water. Here's some light. And then fucking things started popping up. Boop, 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 boop. Right back here. It was fucking about a month. Things were looking somewhat normal back over here. Had things going. And it's funny because I joke about Cure a lot. And, everybody's like, oh, yeah, we eat so much better after long cure. And I'm like, what the fuck's a cure? What in the fuck is a cure? I'm jokingly, I know what a cure is. But in a perpetual, you know what I mean? It's like 2-3 weeks is your cure. There ain't no fucking, I'm going to sit on it for a fucking year and age it out. You know what I mean? So I jokingly always say, what the fuck is a cure? You know what I mean? It just doesn't sit around that like a lot. But the only thing I've ever come across for that I can compare to as like a long-term cure is when I moved up here in that whole process. I took what I had, you know what I mean? A lot of it had to go for the move, to pay for the move, and I had to set some aside, and then I had to wait. And I moved so far up here, I wasn't taking the chances of like venturing out and finding somebody locally. Hey, you got some smoke? I didn't want nobody fucking not meeting any neighbors. I'm not knocking on any fucking doors. This is a village. This isn't even a city. It's a fucking village to tell you how small town it is. So keep it to yourself was like critical. So I had smoked down what I had and fucking then the roaches. And one day, fucking, as I was like moving things around to set up another tent, fucking, I'm like, this shit's got to be moved. I opened up this curio cabinet and there was one jar of some sweet skunk fucking in the back there. And I had actually pulled the strain because I wasn't so happy with the taste of it. It was good, but I wasn't great. And fucking, I'll give this much for the cure. That jar sat there for 6 months, and I was out. I was out when I found that jar. I practically ran around the fucking yard with that motherfucker over my head when I found that motherfucker. Yes, yes, yes. And that fucker, the whole flavor profile had fucking changed. It was fucking, it was delicious. You know, I'll give it to the whole cure thing. That, but that's as close as I've ever gotten. A forgotten, buried away jar that has come close to a fucking cure.
Yo, I know how that feels, my brother. Oh, too well. You know what I mean? Because of the fact, like you said, the moment the harvest is down, that's when the line's ringing. Like, hey, is it about that time yet? I I was there the other day helping you trim, so I know for a fact it's gonna be coming down soon. So I mean,
Right.
it's like definitely once you're in the circle, you know it's not gonna last long, and that's a good thing. Like you said, that's why we're blessed to do what we can do. If we have those kind of problems, is a good problem. You know what I mean? We don't get a cure our shit for long enough that it has those. You know what I mean? Curing properties. But in the same, the people who do reap the benefits of that, which are the first comers, you know what I mean, are the people, you know what I mean, who are we're caregivers for, and they're the first to come in contact with us. Because to be honest, I'm not the guy who's going to be on like all these other guys on Instagram and be like, oh yeah, I just finished up da 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 da, and then next thing you know, you got fucking 100 people fucking hitting you up saying, oh yeah, I seen such and such on Instagram. You got any of that? It's like I'm not that guy. I'm more of the guy who, like, it's business as usual, and you know what I mean. It's work as usual. So I don't get caught up in all that stuff. It's more of like an opportunist type situation. So those that reap the benefits are those that are opportunists, which in a lot of the times is, you know what I mean, the family and the people we are, you know what I mean, working with. And that's why we do it as a unit, you know what I'm saying? So we can take care of everybody who's a part of that unit. We got a whole lot of FNZ family out there, you know what I'm saying? So we just like to take care of them because, I mean, it's family first. You know how it grows.
So I actually, as we were talking and I was listening to you, I actually heard a response in my head from like Subcool. It was like totally in his voice in response to fucking the whole curing argument there, and that is fucking grow the fucking dank, and you wouldn't have to fucking jar and cure that shit and try to turn it into something else. Fucking smoke the fucking dank from fucking day one, and you won't have to jar it up for a year to fucking try to make it something better.
No need to fucking pretty her up. I mean, she's good to go right off the vine. You know what I'm saying? Like some fresh grapes, right from the vine, huh, baby? Mm-hmm. You've been quiet over here. I'm sorry. Let's give Barbie a question so we can involve her in this.
Hey, I'm here. I'm just throwing off that last hit. I'm just observing.
I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to make it interesting. I love it.
Uh,
But you know what? If you excuse me for just a moment, I'm gonna grab a little piece of something else. The Wookiees is good, but I'm on to something different.
What do you
I gotta
want?
grab a different flavor.
You have to know that.
that's a nice part of being a grower right there too, is having that selection.
You get
It's
to have a
always
selection. There's always a variety. That's a great thing about growing.
Mm-hmm. Some Tiger's
Hell
Milk.
yeah.
Tiger's Milk up next.
That's awesome, man. That's your what you would consider your signature strain there.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely our staple right here. For sure. And it's rare when it comes around. Because like I said, it's one of those old school strains. It's a indica dominant and a Bubba. So if you know Bubba, Bubba's real slow to grow. I mean, her stem to nug ratio is real tight and compact, but her growth is the same way, real tight and compact. She only grows a couple inches every week. You know what I mean? If that, so you have to take a good long veg on her to get her where you want to flower her, to get, you know what I mean, some good output. But for the most part, I mean, like everybody loves it, including me. You know what I mean? It's got a unique profile, and some can appreciate it more than I can, and that's why I keep it around for that reason. You know, for the the appreciation that comes with it, the value and appreciation for it. Like it's one of those strains. It's a real creamy. Let me see if I can get a nug out and see if I can give you guys a good look. Well, I got this one. I'm gonna smoke. It's not the prettiest nug, but I mean, you can see it's kind of frosty. Um, but what I was saying is, it has a unique flavor profile where it's almost like a French vanilla or like a creamer, like really creamy, milky. And we really like it, which is why it stuck around with us for so long. So we always like to bless her in the rotation. But go ahead. I'm just gonna pack me some.
What's the buzz like? What's the
I mean, it's heavy. It's an indica. So I feel like, but it's still tasty, not like overly indica heavy, like a Gorilla Glue. You know what I mean? Like I actually have that Gorilla Glue cut too. I really love and enjoy that smoke. The GG4, fuck, so much. But yeah, it's not very heavy like that, but it's still got its heavy properties that I can enjoy.
actually got a joint? It's some good GG4 right here in front of me. I've been kind of like putting off all day, both because I want a good, clean uh, flavor palette. You know what I mean? When I try it, because he asked me to give him my opinion if it was like the true GG4, and
Okay.
if it is, it's like you said, it's gonna be a heavy, heavy hitter. So I want to make sure I've got some time to fucking relax thereafter, and I want a nice, fresh go at it, so I can give him the honest opinion if it's the real one or not. He was asking me that earlier when I was like started the show. Are you smoking that one? I thought to myself, I've smoked about 50 different strains today, and now you want me to tell you, if that's the authentic one of that. You know what I mean? And it's yeah, better left to fresh start of the day.
Yeah.
Cup first one, the cup.
Don't overwhelm yourself. No, you don't want to overwhelm your palate, right?
I've been lucky enough to judge a couple of cups for high times, and I kind of hold that shit a little bit in regard there, and that's what I always did, man. When I did samples and shit like that, I did one a day. I did one a day, and it was the first thing of the day. I'd fucking try that, take some notes, and then fucking maybe hit it again a little later on, and then from the rest of the day, smoke fucking whatever. And then another strain the next day. But never like, I never thought it was fair to like do one and then a few hours later fucking try another sample and give it a fair judgment.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially based on your palate. You know, like it's hard to justify the different tastes if you are, you know what I mean, not in that clear. You don't have a clear palate. You don't have a clear mind. You don't have a clear, you know what I mean, nervous system to really enhance that with the cannabis. So, like you said, definitely start afresh. Unless you're limited on time, then you might have to rush it. But that's why you definitely want to take your time on that for sure. You want to do the diligence, right? You want to do the work right. So I agree with you 100%.
Happy 420 somewhere.
Hey, my bowl's packed. Got some tiger's milk in it. You know, I was going to actually roll one so I didn't have to keep packing bowls and taking these breaks, but I didn't want to smoke Barbie out with a backwood. She don't smoke backwoods like I do, so we'll save that for the rabbit hole sometime or something, you know?
Right on, right on. I fucking I enjoy fatty myself. But anymore, you know, I do enjoy these big joints. You see me out at an event, I'm usually got a couple to smoke. But moreover, like during the show, it's kind of the same thing that you were saying there. Instead of for me like rolling up a bunch of joints through the show, which I know I'm gonna smoke like a fiend through the show, so I just roll. I try to roll up one and just fucking smoke on it. A
Yeah,
lot of times you'd be surprised. I put away like 2 or 3 of those these fuckers during a show some nights. You can see it towards the end though, man. I'm fucking faded.
Yo, I know the feeling, bro. If I'm sitting here and I ain't working and I'm just taking tokes with everybody in the chat and smoking with y'all on the panel, we can get heavily intoxicated for sure. And that's why it's awesome, because that's what it reminds me of Subcool Show, you know, like, and why it was so awesome to hang out there. Like he gave no fucks. You know, he'd eat 1,000 milligram fucking edible and weed alongside to eat them with him. You know what I'm saying? And then the dabs on dabs on dabs. And if we were smoking blunts, which every once in a while I enjoy a blunt, you know, I grew up smoking blunts. That's another thing. When I started, it was the joints, and then it was a little bit of bong rips, and then it started to evolve into blunts, because blunts was a heavy thing in the 90s. I mean, you remember back in the 90s, man, we were smoking blunts all the time, every day. So it kind of got old to my lungs. So that's when I started switching up, and I enjoy a good bong rip now. But every once in a while, I still like to smoke me a blunt just to get those, you know what I mean, those nerves situated every once in a while, huh?
Uh-huh.
She don't agree with me, but
for you, I mean,
it's okay.
To each his own.
We still smoke together regardless.
I prefer bong rips, but I mean, everybody is different. I support them.
I find the bong rips for me are a little bit more heady and the joints more body.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
So do you have a favorite piece? Are the 2 that are in front of you your favorite ones?
We have a couple of them, but these are
this is pretty much my everyday piece. This is one I got recently. It's like a beaker style. Got the little ash catcher in there, so I can keep it clean. But yeah, I mean, this is pretty much what I'm using on the daily. I'll take dabs every once in a while. Smoke out of my sidecar, hash pipe, depending what time of day it is. around 7:10, I'm definitely dabbing on something. What time is it? You said it was 4:20. I still haven't taken my hit. I'm procrastinating on that.
Mm-hmm.
Talking too much, smoking less. Let's get it turned the other way. Cheers, chat. Cheers, Eagle.
See, I respect cheers. I respect the glass. I really do. It's probably the cleanest way to enjoy your cannabis. That's for sure. Most tasty. But it's one of those things like the fucking fixtures, damn it. You build up that fucking relationship with that damn fucking piece, and trust me, it's more of a fucking relationship than it is with the lights because when do you have the fucking bong in front of you? When you're good and fucking stressed or whatever, and you're fucking you really got, having the moment with that fucking bong and shit. You know what I mean? On a daily, that kind of relationship. And then fucking you break that fucker,
I
and it's like,
fucking hate that feeling. Gosh damn it. It's like, man, I did it again.
I know.
they're almost, it's a terrible comparison, but they're almost like pets. You know what I mean? You're like, I'm not doing it again. I'm not getting another dog. I fucking love that thing. I can't go through it again. And then you fucking see that one again. You're like, it is pretty nice. I think.
Yeah, and then you end up falling for it and getting it.
Yeah,
Yes.
that works for me every time.
Works all the time.
I mean, because we can't help it. We like, and honestly, the way I've thought about it these days is life's too short not to enjoy it. It's the small things that make us happy, that gratify us. You know what I mean? And that we get a little bit of satisfaction in that goes a long way. You know? So, I mean, not saying that go buy everything that makes you happy, but I mean, sometimes in a given situation, like treat yourself.
Yeah.
Don't cheat yourself. Rest in peace, Mac Dre. Everybody knows that.
That's some funny shit right there. It's real though. It's real. But I keep fucking myself. I'm right there at this. I'm right there. I'm with you. I can't keep a nice dab rig. Okay, I just can't do it. I'm giving up on that. And so I've tried this route with fucking nectar collectors lately, and I think I fucking have broken 10 of those lately. So now I'm stuck with this miserable fucking piece of shit here. I mean, for one, I don't like this fucking thing in my mouth. I don't like that. And then the fucking metal is like it's like I just decided because I'm tired of breaking glass that I'm just doing flavorless dabs just to fucking do them because I like the buzz, but I just ain't going through the glass anymore. So I'm like, fuck it, I just won't enjoy them. I'll get the buzz. And this thing, I swear to you, this thing's miserable. This thing,
Hey,
you know
it's
what
almost like a dirty bong, brother. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you can't help it. You don't want to take the time to clean it. You don't want to take the time to fucking, you just want that hit right then and there. You're just like, man, fuck it.
Yeah.
I'm going in tough. I gotta do it.
But then you end up scorching yourself, and you're like, why didn't I just wait? Why didn't I just take the time to clean it?
Yeah.
But sometimes you gotta do it, like it just depends. Fuck it.
And that's the other thing too with this thing. You don't even know when it necessarily needs a good cleaning until it's you've done wasted it.
It starts oozing out the other side.
Oh, it's funny you say that. That thing got me like a few weeks ago. It's barely getting up right there. The thing, I was sitting here and I like took my hit and I was sitting here like this after the hit, and it ended up going like that, and it dripped out on the backside of my hand right there, and a nice oil drop. Oh man. Nothing you can do about them oil burns either. You just tough it out. It's like, yeah.
Yeah,
I
all
actually
you can
said,
do. It's like them torch burns, man. They happen all. Hey, if you're dabbing, and you got a torch around. Be careful, because plenty of scars from dabs. I feel you though.
I've no fucking no torch burns, but I've had a fucking nasty fucking nectar collector fucking instant right here. Fucking same type of shit, man. The arms of these fucking stupid arms of this chair. And taking the dab, hot as fucking here, no shirt. You know what I mean? Just take a dab and then I hit my arm and then fucking put the tip of that fucking dab straw right on next to my fucking belly button. I actually heard that fucking sizzle, and to my dismay, when I get a fucking instant cauterizing burn like that, I smell like bacon.
Yep. You start smelling your burnt self right away, huh?
You're like, what's that smell?
Smells like bacon.
Yeah, I'm like, man, this ain't even right. It's breakfast?
This
Oh,
ain't
that's
even
me.
right.
Yeah, this ain't even right. Oh man. Yeah. That's my worst dab burn there. And I learned
Mm-hmm.
shirts
I
on
mean,
dabs.
I learn every day. Like, that's what I'm saying. If you're a dabber, it's almost natural. You're going to burn yourself. Like, daily, weekly, you're always fucking cauterizing something, whether it be your arm, a finger. Because when the thing is with us, we're stoners, right? We leave fucking our jar, our glass of whatever we're drinking, water,
Your
whatever it may be, your
of.
ashtray, you got your grinder, your lighter. If you're streaming or watching a stream, you got your keyboard, your laptop, all that shit out. It's like, if you're reaching for your dabber or anything on the table, you're going to get burned because you don't realize you're so caught up in the moment. You're like, ah, fuck. I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have done that, but I thought I could get by, and it just barely sears you.
And it still hurts.
Yeah. That's why she don't dab. I think she's had so many bad experiences. She's just like, I'll just stay away from it.
But I still end up getting burned by his dabbers. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to go in and take a bong rip, and somehow I end up, like he said, reaching for a nug. And
I'm
then,
guilty.
Yeah. Happens all the time.
Aldridge 25, he said it's a sacrifice for the good. Yep, I think it's dab 30. Is that what that means?
Yeah. You know what's funny? Sure. You know what I think's funny about that shit is we were sitting there talking about it. I'm like, there's some more irony in the dab burn than I had thought. And there's two lessons that I should have learned early on, and they both relate in the end to the same lesson, and that is to fucking put a shirt on. It's fucking, because think about it. I burned myself and it smelled like bacon. And what happens when you don't fucking wear fucking cooked bacon topless, do you? You fucking, every time I've not had a fucking shirt on fucking cooking bacon, I've burned myself as well. So what is the coincidence that I burned myself and smelled like bacon? And it's like, what does bacon remind you of? Putting a shirt on, motherfucker, and you won't burn yourself. So now I guess
makes perfect sense.
Put shirt on when you're cooking bacon and dabbing. Lessons learned.
For sure. Hey, if not, some it's fucking funny as you say that. It just reminded me of fucking Fatamite. Do you know Fatamite? Are you familiar?
Yeah.
Okay. Am. So Fatamite, he keeps a what the fuck did he call it? He called it a japron. So he keeps a japron on him. He wears an apron that basically covers his whole forefront. So when he's smoking and doing shit, he doesn't fucking burn himself. He just got his japron on. He put his sack in it, his lighter, everything in his japron.
That makes good sense.
The fucking
even more so
shit I've ever seen.
You could get one of them like fucking welders little fucking things and fucking fireproof. There you go. You put
your dabbers in that, huh? Ain't burning nothing.
Fucking hat, fucking dab straws right in that bitch. Just tugging.
This guy came ready for some extreme dabbing.
That'd be some funny shit, man. I've seen a similar one too, just like a harmonica. Just unroll it, fucking put it on like a bib, and it was all fucking harmonicas. Like, holy shit!
Imagine that somebody pulls out a bib to smoke.
Just all pipes, straws, fucking dab fucking tools.
Oh shit, that's fucking
Dad,
hilarious.
Velcro setter and shit. He just rips it off. Dead time.
It's dab. Who wants a dab?
That's
I'm gonna grab my dab. Speaking of,
Hell yeah. What's up, Twisted? Weedus 207 Dab Goblin. How you guys doing? Ready to hit that hot fire? Cascadian grown. Man, Cascadian, it's been pretty cool. You've been hanging out as much as you have. It's pretty awesome, man. It's off to you, brother.
yep, growers love.
So, is this a good time to tell you that Father Mike's another episode you could go back and watch?
Yeah, it absolutely would be, because I haven't seen that one either.
Which one? Which one, baby?
I'm such a noob.
What part of Mike
I
is
feel
on
it.
too?
I feel anew again.
Yeah.
Shout out
But no,
Father
we didn't
Mike.
know he did an episode. We've seen his episode
With
now.
who?
With Eagle.
Oh.
Father Mike's been on here.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh wow.
Well, cheers and growers love to Father Mike and Ruby Dooby, because they are an awesome couple of peeps over there. Actually, I don't know if you're familiar. We actually used to do the Growing Revolution podcast with them. You know, and so they actually they opened the doors for us and welcomed us in and said, hey, you know, let's do this. And we was like, at first we was a little shy about it, but we decided to proceed forward and we knocked it out. It was awesome. It was a good time. So shout out and growers up to them if they watching or they see this later. We still miss you, Canna fam.
They're doing a dedication for Sub Cool on his birthday as well.
Sweet. That's what I like to hear.
It's funny that it's kind of a funny little story. He fucking hit me up on Instagram the other day and says, hey, 29th is Sub's Cool's birthday. And I'm like, yeah, you coming on? He's like, what time? Or he said we went back and forth. He's like 4:20, and I'm like, no, the show's at 11:30. And he's like, huh? And it was like at one point like 9, and we're like both at that point confused, back and forth. It took like 10 minutes and a bunch of back and forth to realize we were both having shows that day, and we were fucking both trying to invite each other on to our Sub Cool birthday episodes. I'm like, so he's like hitting me up and like asking me to pop on, and I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, I want you to come on. And I'm like throwing in the Zoom numbers and shit and telling him about it, and he's just as clueless as I am. So it went back and forth, and it took like 10 minutes to figure it out that there's two different things going on there. But yeah, he's gonna have one during the day for Sub Cool's birthday. So
sweet. Shit, I'm glad everybody's spreading that love.
Super cool, and so is Ruby Dooby. They are great people.
I know. I actually, when he had him on, I didn't have the heart to tell him that I have a fucking. I don't. The dog wasn't named that necessarily for Miss Ruby, but I guess subconsciously it did. I guess, if that makes any sense, you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
The dog's name was Ruby. You know, was named Ruby, but I call her Ruby Dooby. I call her Ruby Dooby every day when I pick her up. I'm like, little doo, little Ruby Dooby. And I kind of wanted to tell him that night that I had a Ruby Dooby, but I didn't know if it was a good comparison or not. So, it's his wife, and I'm using it as a dog. I didn't know if he'd think that was. So I just strayed away. So I just strayed away from it. So I was like, But I do have a Ruby Dooby. That little dog, and two, that, as far as dog, she's only like yay big. She's
Aw.
she's like that big, and she is spoiled. She's spoiled. I actually smoke my morning doobie while I'm usually like tickling her belly and shit because she comes right up. She, if I try to walk by her, like as soon as I get up, and like she'll run up and like cower down at my feet, like here I am, pick me up. And if I walk by her, she'll bite the back of my ankles, like you son of a bitch. I'm right here. Pick me up.
How dare you walk past me, huh?
Right. She
Yo,
always gets her.
go ahead.
That was basically it. I just said, you know, she always gets her way. At that point, after a couple of ankle bites, I usually stop and pick her up. You get your way, you get your loving.
Oh yeah, that's the same here. I treat my babies like they're. Well, I treat my doggies like they're my family.
Yeah, we started calling them fur babies. So before we had our real baby, we had fur babies, but we still call them our fur babies. They just don't get as much attention as they used to, but that's okay. They still can appreciate the time they do get, you know, because now they got a little partner to run around with them on their level. You know what I mean? On the smaller scale, because they're indoor dogs. We actually own.
Indoor now.
Yeah, they're indoor now. Yeah, but I mean, they just love to be around the baby and, you know, like babysitting dogs. They're pit bulls. One's a half lab and the other one's a blue nose pit, which she's fucking beautiful. That's what made us get her. But she's just so cute in her demeanor because yeah, they're so awesome. And then she's just got they both got a great demeanor. You know, the old man, the one that's been with us since the beginning of our relationship, like we talked about earlier, 11 years or something. As long as the tiger's milk, maybe a little longer.
Yeah.
We had that pup, and yeah, no, it's lovely. I couldn't imagine life without him. It's like they waking up to him every day.
Friend, that is, you know, what they call a company. But it's also one best friend too. You know.
They'll stay up with me all hours of the night and then wake up. Look at, speaking of, he heard me. I heard him crying at the door.
Yes, and he's trying to.
Ay, my old man. Let him in. Go ahead. So speaking of, he wanted some camera time. But yeah, I got a dab ready. If anybody, I know you got your joint. No need to stop. No. Enjoy your joint, brother. We can do another one later.
Oh, you can do your dab. I'll just continue with the joint if you're done.
Don't let me stop you.
I don't want to bust out that fucking stupid dab straw if I don't have to. I actually put the fucking dab straw down when I actually got some real hash. I was like, yeah, I'm smoking hash for a while. I'll put that up.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude. Here's the dab song for y'all, though.
Oh, shit. Everybody in the chat. It's Dab 30.
I was rocking this down the highway today, man.
Oh, King B sound like every time I hear his little dab song, it always gets me like always in the mood to like, you know, just
get funky.
Yeah, get funky. Whether you're in the garden, whether you're in the kitchen, wherever you are. I mean, always a good song.
Today I was rolling into the gas station. I hear it so much, I didn't even think about it, you know, but I roll in and I like pull up and I stop at the pump and I'm like thinking to myself, holy cow, I wonder what everybody's thinking right now, because it was like loud.
Yes, I love it.
Hey, that's the same way I am when I'm bumping Weed Nerd.
Yeah, we got
Cause we smoke a lot.
Yeah, we got all our neighbors looking at us like, we gotta keep busy rolling down the street with Weed Nerd.
Oh yeah, I love some Mendo Dope. I still rock out a lot of Mendo Dope, man. It's good shit, man.
Yes, I will never get tired of Mendo Dope. Shout out to the Mendo Dope.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. They are supposed to. Hopefully, they honor their word. Come on the 29th and do the Weed Nerd on the show.
Yeah, that would be
Fuck.
fucking
We will.
super dope.
Yeah, we are
For
rooting
sure. I'm
for
sure
that.
they will, honestly. If they feel and I know they do, they feel the same way we do about sub. They wouldn't like anything more than to honor them.
And honestly, I don't know. I mean, they're probably one of the closest people that was, to sub. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure he changed their life, and they've changed, his life in many ways. So
For sure.
Oh, for sure. They definitely plugged each other. I mean, he helped promote the band, and they fucking sang about him in their songs. You know
they
what I
supported
mean?
each other. Exactly. And it was so cool to always go to one of the Mendo Dope album release parties, because you always see Subcool right there supporting them. Subcool always supported them every step of the way.
Anything they did.
Like literally, even when he was going through his sick days, he still stood by their side, and he, put on a smile and always just supported it. Like every time he would just, I feel like every time we would see him and he would just see people roll out of nowhere, whether you're at the High Times Cannabis Cup, at one of the Mendo Dope events, but you were like hearing everybody be like, Weed Nerd, and he would just be so happy to just hear, how much love the people had for him, and he always showed the love in return, so I just have to say that he's just fucking awesome, man. Like, I just really wish that for people that really don't know too much about Subcool, I would recommend that, that's why he made these YouTube videos out there, was for people that really didn't know who he was. You can always go check him out. It's never too late. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and there's a shit ton of information over there. If you haven't seen Subcool 420's channel,
you want to grow
be sure
dank,
to go back and study that shit. There's so much information.
Dank, you gotta go to Subcool. You gotta go to his channel. You gotta see his techniques. They're like no other.
And they're still applicable to this day. I still use them. Looks like you're still using them with the 10 gallons over there.
Oh, I'm still running quads under them fucking HPSs under there. I still run quads.
Fuck yeah.
Odd. This setup right here was odd. They were test lights, and I didn't think they could actually handle the quad. But that retro, they could have took that space. They should have been quads. I was gonna throw them in there. I was actually gonna fill that space later on, but I thought there's always one. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you didn't get accurate results because you threw in plants midway and the light penetration was different because blah blah blah. You know what I mean? So I just decided I'm just gonna fucking leave it to the end, and next time I'm just gonna stuff it. Just like I normally would. 8 plants in that 4x4.
For sure. Yeah, no, we use the same techniques. 4 under per 4x4. 10 gallons. We rocking the same way. Sometimes 15, but I feel like it's a lot of I get the same yields and results on the 10 gallon because we're limited in space, The
only difference
we got ceilings.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, if we was in a warehouse type environment, yeah, maybe because we'd have 20-foot ceilings or some shit. But in the ideal home application, you don't want them. You don't want them too big, too tall.
Takes up more space too.
Mm-hmm. Unless you can just keep them real short. You just got a Scrog style setup, you could definitely go 15 gallon. But I feel like I've had the best results with 10 gallons. I don't feel like I get much variation between the 15 and 10. Just more water, if anything, more nutrients, more soil.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly think that's a better thing, to be honest. Really, 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 really honest with you. I think that more frequent watering is a better thing because you're pushing more oxygen down into the root zone. That's what the roots actually like is oxygen. So in my opinion, what's better, to water once every 3 days or, shove oxygen down in there every other day? You know what I mean? Versus that once. So I actually agree with you. The smaller pots and a little bit more frequent waterings is a definite benefit.
Yeah, bigger yields. I feel like because you can input more. The less watering, the less input you're putting in. It's more of that, what I mean, microbiology going on. Yeah, but it's self-sustaining itself for longer. You know what I mean? And with the indoor environment, the more often you're watering, I feel like the better off you are. But obviously, you don't want to overwater, like we're talking about. You don't want to overwater because then you don't get any benefits from it. You get root rot, fusarium, a bunch of problems from that. And you have a more humid environment because you're always dealing with moist pots.
Right. Well, for my instance, it's that chunky cocoa.
Mm-hmm.
I run that shit. It's practically wood chips, so I have to water every day anyway. And that shit ain't getting stagnant. That shit ain't getting,
It ain't
it
sitting
ain't
for
even.
too long, huh?
No, not at all, man.
Especially them trees in the back, right?
Yeah, yeah, I try still. That's another thing I learned from some cool there too. Is I try for a decent sized plant versus I see people trying to put 12, 6, 12 plants in that 4x4 and under that quick flip, and I'm like, man, we're limited by numbers here. It just seems like you're wasting your numbers. A little bit more time, a little bit more thought out, and you got a nice perpetual harvest with your same numbers. And I don't know. In my case, anyway. But
I agree. I agree with you wholeheartedly. That's the same way I roll. You know what I mean? It's all about, obviously it's about quality over quantity, but in the same, if you're doing the same quality with the limited amount and you're limiting your space and you're still putting out the same numbers, there's a benefit there because you're using, and it's obviously taking less work. It's less time in the garden you have to worry about. If you have smaller pots, like you said, and you're shoving 12 under a fucking 4x4 or 5x5, whatever it is, you're going to have to do a lot more watering because they're obviously going to be a smaller pots. You can't shove 10-gallon pots, 10 to 12 10-gallon pots under a 4x4 or 5x5. It's just impossible, right? So, by my standards, I mean, and in the end, like you said, if you want to really use your numbers wisely, if you do 4x4 under one light and you maybe only have a 12x12 area, you can have up to 4 perpetual harvests or split that into 2 harvests. You can have one 8x8, or what was it? The number 6x6. You can have one 6x6 area on one perpetual cycle, and then 4 weeks later, you could have another cycle on another 4-week basis and constantly perpetuate those with your limited space instead of being one and done, one and done. Only thing is, like we were talking about, it's a little bit harder to have canopy management, but as long as you do it practically, like what strain grows to what height a majority of the time, especially if you know what you run in because you've ran it before. Hey, I can run this, which is, like I'm going to use for example, I can run the gelato in unison with the Wookiees because their canopy management is pretty much the same. God bless you. So therefore, in that regard, I can keep a good crop canopy management just based on the strains that I'm growing. And then with the others, if you know what you're growing, you can keep them on a lower scale based on the strains that you're growing together there. And that's what I try to do. You know what I mean? If you're running perpetual, which I'm assuming you probably do something similar there because it's all about crop management and you only have a limited amount of lighting. So it's not like you can have others overshadowing, you know what I mean, the little ones. You have to kind of base it on what you're growing.
yeah, you have to have different staging spots.
Mm-hmm.
I do. I do. And right behind the camera, there's clones. And now, I guess, thank you for leading me up to this. So now I can answer Dr. Buzz Lightyear's question in chat there because it fits. It fits. He's asking what the fuck what the Mendo loco in the back there is for, and it's for multiple stages. Thank you for setting me up for this, Frezno. It's for multiple stages. You can take fucking clones out of the cloner and put them in wood chips. The roots do not like that airy fucking system. So the Mendo Loco is for that first staging of fucking fresh out of the fucking oxy cloner into some Mendo Loco or the Coco Loco in a solo cup. And then from there, sometimes we'll go into a 1 gallon, maybe into a Mendo or Coco Loco, depending on stages, whatever. Or it might go into a chunky cocoa mix. And then from there on, it's chunky cocoa in layers of the old and new, which is the finer, older cocoa, chunky cocoa that is broken down. But there's also times to where I've used it so much and I feel like I've just had it with that cocoa, which is usually like 3 times being flipped. And then at that point, I mix in Fresh Start Coco Loco in the chunky is fine because there's a mix there. I'll be happy to find one here. Fine. Sorry, I get to cut into your episode like this, but this is
don't worry about it, bro. This is your show.
Honestly, you're informative.
And
you're
great
information.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, go ahead, baby.
I was just letting him know that
it's informative information. Yeah. It's definitely helping out the community by you answering the questions that are being asked, you know?
Yes.
I agree.
That's
a healthy baby.
She's beautiful.
This thing's way oversized, but in the fucking what I do here when I pot this up here is this is in this pot, I'll pull it out of here, is in order to control water there and keep it from being soaked, this is in layers. There's a layer of this chunky. I mean, when I say wood chips, that's fucking wood chips.
That's as woody as it gets, huh? I see it. That's
so
good.
in the bottom of that pot will be like about this much of the chunky chips. That keeps my fucking an area here that's never saturated with water. You know what I mean? Even if I do water heavy and some sits in the tray, I got a little bit of shit that hangs down and will drink there, but it won't be wet all the time. And then as I build this pot up, it's in layers. There's the chunky, and then there's a fine layer of like reused the last run, which is usually a lot finer. It's broken down quite a bit. And then there's another band of the chunky and another band of the finer shit, and then it's topped off with the chunky shit. Keep it a little bit more aerated. For roots, this is
nice.
It's layered. It's layered in there with all kinds of different microbial layers.
This is wedding cake, smash cake by Primal Plant or Med Grower.
She's hardy. Yeah, look at the roots on her.
Wow,
that's nice.
Can you see the light dark, light dark?
You can even see
dark?
it.
She looks beautiful. Yes, perfect view.
That's the layers that I'm talking about. So that's what the Mendo Loco is for. It's just time for a new start in this cocoa, you know, for the next round. And there's babies that need to be transpotted up. So yeah, that's what the Coco Loco's for, Dr. Buzz Lightyear. That's what the Coco Loco's for.
Well, that Coco Loco is rocking.
Yeah, no, I mean it's good stuff because that's similar to the technique I use because I use a similar product called Royal Gold. It's aged composted material, which is obviously like wood chips and shit like that, along with cocoa. I'm not exactly sure what the percentage is, and it's got some perlite in it. So it's a soil cocoa mix, and I really enjoy that. So if y'all don't know about Royal Gold, go check them out too. They're obviously nice for the same reasons that you're using it for, the age composted materials. And then I even started using something new, which is the earth juice, the new earth juice soil, which is biochar infused. So I throw a little bit of this biochar in there, along with the Royal Gold, which is the cocoa and the composted tree materials and stuff. That, along with those two combined, and I've had good results with that. I think, like you're saying, it's self-sustainable because of the fact that you build up those layers in there as you're growing along. Like I start off in a 1 gallon, like you as well, a majority of the time. Unless it's like a seedling. A seedling, I'll go from like maybe a cup to a 2 gallon or something like that, or I'll go from the seedling sprout to a 1 gallon, and then I'll go on from there. But it just depends on what is best for my situation. Like obviously, if you have less seeds, more 1 gallons would be applicable. If you got less seeds and you have 2 gallon pots, that would be beneficial for the reason that you're using. You're able to build up a longer growth cycle, which is self-sustainable throughout its life's term at the beginning, from clone all the way up until it's ready to go to flower. It's easy, you know what I mean? Like you said, easy work. It's just from clone to 1 gallon or 2 gallon, and then into its 10, which is its home, and where it's going to end up till the end. It's a simple method, almost like yours in a way. And I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, it works.
Well, it does seem to work pretty good. I've actually been working on another method too that I've been talking about a little bit. And that's like untopping and doing like a heavy stripping early on, and to get it like a bush. It's working out pretty good so far. Working out pretty good.
No, yeah.
Actually letting them to get about a foot, and then instead of taking that top, I'm leaving them 2 leaves right there, and then the top. And then I'm kind of waiting to make sure that their sites are somewhat developed. You know what I mean? You can see it getting ready to pop out, and then I strip everything down, and I just leave that top just enough to gather that energy and send it down, and it just shoots all that shit down. It stops it from the top from actually taking off, and it just sends all that energy out to them sites, and it just goes shink. It almost like tabletops that bitch. Seems I've done it like 4 runs now, and it seems to be pretty consistent. And
Yeah, no, definitely the leaf strip technique, it works. I've been using it ever since. I've always done a leaf stripping technique ever since, like you said, subcool. Same thing in flower, having flower, just fucking them shade leaves are just taken away from your inner canopy. So get rid of them motherfuckers.
They're suckers.
They're suckers. They're sucking a bunch of water from your plant, which is obviously it gives life to the plant when it's necessary. But when you're in bud and heavy in flower, you don't need those sites. That excess water, I guess you would say.
Too.
Yeah, and it creates shade on your canopy. So I believe in the same theory. I've always been a leaf stripper, but never really considered it a technique. I just always got rid of what I felt was necessary for the canopy.
And that were solar panels for the other.
You remember?
Yeah.
I've been doing that for like since I started, like 10 years ago.
They're like solar panels, right?
Yeah, and then I always do that up until about week 4. So after week 4, I'm done with the leaf stripping unless it's affecting the canopy. Like I said, then I'll start stripping the water leaf. Not like heavily, but just here and there. Whatever's in the way. But the majority's gone by week 4. You know what I mean? The only water leaves that should be left are maybe the last 2, 3 top nodes.
I agree. Yeah.
so if you guys could change, well, you guys sound like you've mixed things up a little bit. I guess I've already heard the answer. Stupid question. Lights. I was gonna ask if you could change, like, come in some extra money. You can tweak the grow a little bit. What would be the one thing you'd change next? But you've already kind of said lights, but I guess there's always something you could change after that, right?
It would be that salt water,
What's that?
those bucket companies.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just looking into. So basically, I'm looking into more convenient methods that are applicable for single growers, like a one man grow. So basically, it's a lot hard to do the hand watering method, which I've done for years.
When you got a lot
When
of plants.
you have, you know what I mean, a large amount of plants to feed at a high rate. So therefore, right now, I'm actually just working off a reservoir that I just built recently, and it's been working out fine. I hooked up a reservoir and a water pump to that, and then I just pumped that out, and I've got a hose with a attachment to it, and it's been working successfully for now. Do you get what I'm saying? But I'm looking into, you know what I mean, easier applications, but still stay organic, stay still soil oriented, stuff like that, you know. But I couldn't actually like pinpoint anything particularly. I'm actually completely satisfied with our grow. The only thing I could say is the fact that I'm only one man, or we're a two-man team, two-man woman team, that we're able to accomplish as much as we do. Maybe we could just use a couple more arms, you know, if we can grow those, that would be good.
Right on, right on. Yeah. It's always hard too because you can't just let anybody into your grow. So
That's what I was
that's
just gonna
about all you
say.
can do is wish for them extra arms, really.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, that's what I was just gonna say. Like, but like I was just telling you, we don't know a lot of people that are really that do what we do. So it's just like, hey, we have each other, and that's all that matters. I mean, it could be worse. We can not have each other, you know.
Right on, right on.
We're just
So
grateful.
I guess I could twist it a little bit to kind of get it some kind of answer out of you. Other than that was a good answer though. But so let's put it this way: if you could cut some corners and to gain some extra time like that, would you take the time from watering or would you take the time from trimming? Both of them are like, not my favorite thing to do. So if you could like cut one of them and automate it, like you know what I mean, trimmer or an automated water system, which way would you go there?
I would probably go automated water. You know, that would probably be the route I'd go. And because the hand trimming method, in my opinion, is very valuable to me because at the end of the day, you take so long to grow that plant for it to get screwed up in the trim job or the curing. You know what I mean? The
And then not to
harvesting.
mention, while you're trimming it down, you can just see what you produce.
Yeah, you can enjoy it. It's therapeutic. You can enjoy it for what it is. Don't get me wrong. I don't like the arthritis. But I mean, in the same, I enjoy my cannabis, especially when it's cultivated and harvested by these hands.
Exactly. You want to see the fruits of your labor in the end and be able to just, well, to me, I just love to see it. It's like so amazing just with, the plant itself. It's beauty and a beast at the same time, I guess you could say.
Yeah, it's very rewarding. It is, and like I said, it's awesome that you guys find that passion and it, share that passion. It definitely is going to be a key to your guys' longevity for sure. If you guys could work together like that and keep the family unit together, you guys could make it through fucking anything.
We try, we try to support each other in everything we do, and that's just the way it goes. If you don't support each other, then I can't see it happening because you got to be on the same page. That's for sure.
And it is too, and it takes a lot. Obviously you've got to believe in each other. You've had obviously have had that test to you, and I guess that shows it's only a testament to show how much you love that man right there, because fucking obviously at some point you believed in him enough to go, yeah, hang up that fucking job. You can do this, and not only can you do this, but we can do that shit together. So fuck it. Hell
He
yeah.
definitely opened my eyes and made me realize that anything is possible. That's for sure.
Hell yeah. Sounds like you guys would be fucking rock solid for a long time to come, man. It's awesome. It's been an awesome night hanging out with you guys. I knew it's actually been uh kind of anticipated, if you will, man. I've been kind of waiting to hang out with you guys ever since I've seen you guys pop up in the chat. If you remember right, I threw the fucking invite out right then and there. I think I almost stopped the show right then and there and said, "Hey, you guys fucking need to come on." If you remember right, if I remember right, I believe that's how it went down. So, it's been nothing but a pleasure to get to know you guys firsthand, much like my good friend Subcool I had the honor to do, and had rightfully so pulling you guys up back then. I have one thing I've kind of wondered though, and it is what it is. It is what it is. Life people go on. But how come you took the weed? How come you took the weed out of the Fresno nerds? It used to be Fresno weed nerds, and now it's Fresno.
It's always been Frezno nerds.
It's always been the Fresno nerd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just always Subcool saying Fresno weed nerds, but our name has always been Fresno nerds.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I don't know. Maybe I must be like that crazy Mandela thing. At least in my mind, for some reason, I have always remembered it as the Fresno Wheat Nerds. And the other day, I kind of know I was actually in my book. I wrote it down as Fresno Weed Nerds.
Hey, you can call us Fresno weed nerds. That's fine.
Yeah, that's a true definition.
It scrolled by and I seen nerds. I'm like, man, they can't be not proud of being a weed nerd. But I know that not to be true.
No, absolutely. No, we've actually always been the Fresno nerds, and the actual, like we said, Subcool labeled us that. And in return, we actually went to the same artist who did some of his original work, not the actual TGA logos, but you remember the Weed Nerd face logos? Jay Franco, if you're familiar, Jay Franco, go check him out on Instagram, bro.
Really animated.
Or everybody in the chat, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Jay Franco is an awesome artist, and he's got a group of artists who do great work. They did our logo, which is the Fresno Nerds logo. And so from that day on, which is Subcool put us in touch with them, that's when we were like, yo, that's where we got to push forward this brand. And that was way back about when we were still doing the Weed Nerd show, which was at those Saturdays. You remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do. I actually was offered to come on board way back then. And I kind of was wasn't ready to pop up at that point. I very much was remember being asked by Sub, Dung Beetle, and Malik to come on the show, and I was like, not now.
I wish you would have, man. We would have met way back then.
It's funny though. It's funny how it all worked out though. I never thought I'd be doing this shit. I'd never in a million years thought I'd be sitting here.
And I'm glad you chose to do this because, hey, you're bringing everybody together. All of us that are meant to be together, all the Weed Nerds reunited. That's what we needed, especially after after this terrible loss with losing him. I mean, we needed to find a Weed Nerd way. So I'm glad you're leading us in the right direction. We love seeing your episodes all the time when we're in the garden. I mean, you're always motivating us to, work harder. And like I said, just be more passionate for cannabis itself.
Dung Beetle's been on too. Just saying. He's Dung Beetle. Indra? You remember Indra?
Yeah.
We heard him on
favorite. He's been on 3 times and counting. He'll be on Sub's birthday too. Indra will be on.
Indra is awesome. We met up with him at one of the High Time Cannabis Cups, and
cool
he's also
dude. He's super cool and respectful. And not to mention, he's a pioneer, you know?
Yes.
We obviously all know his story. If he's been on here, everybody should know his story.
Every time you...
He's got his own YouTube channel. Go check him out. Indra, Indra.
Yeah, he's really putting forth kick-ass art right now. Some weird fucking psychedelic art, man. It's fucking badass.
Fucking A.
He fucking, I've told him this, but every time he's on the show, he is so fucking interesting. And a lot of times because where he's at, he's got that bad camera, so he'll fucking camera off. And I've told him, I'm like, man, if you camera off, then all they can see is me listening to you. And I feel stupid. So, because what's really happening, I actually watched the first video, and it's why I said the second and third one I can't fucking camera it off, because when I look back and watch that video, I was practically sitting fucking Indian style, fucking just watching the screen like, why he's sitting there talking for like 3 hours, and I'm like, oh man, this can't happen again. He's so fascinating though. It's like you don't want to interrupt. All you can do is just sit there and fucking listen to what he's got to say and shit.
They said that Indra's wife is the artist.
Oh shit, that's good to know.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Sharing that cannabis passion between the two.
Hey, see, I tell you.
Cannabis power couples, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh,
he's got so many fucking cool fucking stories, though. I mean, his travels. Another one, I don't know if it's like, I don't know. You know, it's just respecting the elders, but I've had another hash legend on too, is Mila Jensen. Mila Jensen, who was like the hash queen. She's actually one of the first ones that come up with the bubble idea. They actually pulling the bag system. Mm-hmm. And she's but right around the same age. But boy, them are my two favorites. Having them two on, the stories that they have to tell, it actually, they've lived such full lives. It actually just kicks me in the fucking ass, man. They've got all these like super awesome stories. I look back going, man, I ain't done half that shit, man. I need to get out, see the world, and fucking do some shit. And
we've been too busy growing in our fucking basements and closets and all this shit for so long, huh?
Maybe so. I don't know, but they're definitely an inspiration to fucking get out and do some shit. That's for sure. Absolutely. I mean, Mila's, I don't want to insult her on her age, so I'm not gonna go there. But she's, she's an older lady, and she's still fucking. She's going. She was fucking parachuting, tether parachute jump. So sometime in the last year, tandem parachute jumping. Yeah, I'm like, that's fucking badass, man.
I haven't even done that shit. I feel like a weenie all of a sudden.
Man, I could only hope that fucking still had that zest of life when I'm fucking of that age, man.
Absolutely. Same here. And that's why I'm blessed to be a parent, because it's almost like we get to relive it, all those blessings that we can appreciate or didn't have in our lives. Now we can, reinsure that we do the right things to fulfill those. And that's why it's fulfilling, being a parent, because even the stuff we didn't get to do, we can look forward to them having the accomplishments in, Like, I didn't graduate college. I hope, someday my children can, experience college and that kind of thing, stuff like that.
Right on.
But, Mila's an awesome lady. I've heard a lot about her. I just don't know a lot about her. I ain't gonna lie, and that's just me for being unfamiliar and not being not that informed. Honestly, I need to get up on my game.
What's wrong?
No, Mila. She's a hash maker. I think she was from Amsterdam, or
Was she always on Sub's channel too?
No, she's an older hash maker.
Oh,
like
okay.
one of the first, kind of like Indra. Indra was one of the first BHO creators.
Yeah.
So in turn, she did the same. And then Bubble Man was obviously one of the. My first teacher was Sub, though. I want to be honest. My first bubble hash teacher was Sub. I mean, his bubble video, that 1 gallon, I think 1 or 2 gallon in the sink. That's what got me. After that, I was like, oh, yo, I got to start making this shit for myself. Especially I could use my own trim and my own. There's no waste, 0 waste. Except the stems. And even then, now I'm learning we can rejuvenate our soils with that and feed our microbes and our worms, and that's always a good alternative to that too.
Shit, you can boil the roots, brother. You can actually boil the roots. The roots have anti-inflammatory stuff that you can boil out of them and add to creams.
Oh
You can
shit!
believe that. Yeah. Yeah.
I had no idea.
There's a lot of stuff they're finding out that you can do with the roots now. Just basically same shit, man. You go to harvest, instead of throwing that root ball out in your yard, you just take it and you knock all the dirt out of them, wash down them roots, let them dry out, and fucking boil them out at some point, and fucking there you go, more medicine.
Yep. I recently seen a video where they were composting a lot of excess foliage. You know what I mean? A lot of the stuff you strip, a lot of leaf strip, you can turn that and ferment that into plant. You know what I mean? Plant nutrition, essentially. A lot of the aminos and enzymes, once it breaks down after a while, that's a good source right there too. If nobody knew that.
Hell yeah. Well, hell, you got to get 420, 421, and usually I wouldn't be trying to fucking close up shop. Shit, there's still 67 watching right now. I feel like I'm insane for trying to close the store. But you got to get Miss Barbie back here so we can do our goodbyes and all that good shit. I got to get my sound bite. Hopefully you guys will give me the sound bite before you go. And
I hope so.
Hopefully,
go ahead.
You guys know now that not to throw that link apart, or at least write down them numbers so you can come and hang out in the rabbit holes and shit whenever you want. That number's always the same. You shouldn't need another invitation. That one's always the same.
Awesome.
I'm on rabbit hole, click, you're there. You're it. It's that easy. And so keep that in mind. Fucking when we're hanging out and there's rabbit holes and you want to fucking jump on, got questions, want to drop some knowledge, you just want to hang out and fucking smoke, please do. You guys kind of got cheated a little bit, on a shorter episode, and then getting kicked out. Shit, I'm a fucking asshole. I can't even believe. But please forgive me, brother. I just gotta head out early in the morning to go to round 2 downstate, so I gotta get some rest and fucking try to get out somewhat early. Otherwise, hell, I'd let you guys go until you guys fucking we're like. Usually, I purposely will wait until they go, I've had enough, man. I can usually see it, but man, you guys perked up. California time, you guys could run me to 7:00 easy, I bet.
No, and that's the truth. I mean, we're blessed to be over here on the Pacific Coast, where we're fortunately 3 hours behind y'all. So we can definitely stay up a little longer and it won't hurt us as much. But I mean, shit, I can't be much more appreciative than we are for being here. It's been an honor and a pleasure at the same time. The chat with you, and Barbie, the honest truth, I don't think Barbie's going to be back for a little while. She had to go back to mommy duty. You know what I mean? But
yes,
we can either wait it out or we could do the soundbite. It's up to you, whatever you want to do. I can run it or we can wait it out. like you said, if you got time, if you got no time to waste, then proceed as scheduled.
Well, I don't have a whole lot of time because the shout outs still take me about another 15, 20 minutes to do all the shout outs. But what I'd like to do is, as soon as you guys can, jump in and because you guys have a team. We've done already established this. You know what I
Absolutely.
mean? Could take the soundbite just from you, but man, I want the soundbite from the team. I want the team. So if you could, even if it's like at the end of a episode and there's I'm still on, I'd love for you guys. I mean, at minimum, sometime very soon, jump on and at least give me the soundbite as as a team would be fucking amazing because that's the way it should be. You know what I mean? I understand you can hold it down, but when it's gonna be just you two and it's gonna be that, it should be you two represent. You know what I mean? It's only fair. It's only proper. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. And you
So
know what? I mean, that's why I said I put the offer on the table. However you want to manage it is
I
up
wish
to
I
you.
could wait. I wish I could wait because the team's worth waiting for. Like I said, I feel like an asshole. You know what I'm
Right?
saying? And I do. I feel like a heel, man. I
How
really
about
do.
this? Why don't you do the shout outs now? We'll smoke along. And then maybe she'll make it back in the next 5 minutes while you're still doing the shout outs.
That's
And
cool.
we can still do a soundbite in the end after, and you can edit it out and, you know what I mean? Sequence it in.
Yeah. That works. That works perfectly. That works perfectly.
And I'll mute while you do your shout outs. No problems here, brother. I
Yeah,
just like,
listen to some. I guess I'll even play some Mendo Dope, so it ain't so bad. You just have to listen to me ramble on over Mendo Dope.
no worries, man.
All right, that works. That's fucking multitasking. That only comes from a good fucking team member right there, brother.
I got
Fucking
you.
that's how I can tell you working on a good team over there, brother. You thinking just like that shit, man. Hell yeah.
Shit, I'm just grateful to be here. And then we still got the chat. Maybe I'll pop in the chat for a little bit, you know?
Oh no, once it's out, it's out. Once I get your shout bud, we're done, brother. I'm
No,
cutting
I'm
her
saying for
down.
now while you do the shout outs. I'll keep the chat
Oh,
occupied.
there you go. There you go. Fuck yeah. I'm
Sure,
telling them to
nobody.
go to your channel in about 15 minutes.
Hey,
They're probably firing over there. Over there. Go over there.
hey, it'll be a good time for us as well as everybody else, because I'm sure Barbie will be back. She'd hate to leave on, you know what I mean, a quick notice, but you know how it goes. Family first,
Oh,
you know, gotta handle
yeah.
things, and then she knows what it is though, so she'll be back. I guarantee that.
That's the most important job right there. Ain't nobody fucking saying shit about that, brother. Like I said, I feel like an asshole that I'd even have to fucking pull out and fucking I'd rather
Proceed,
wait.
man. Proceed.
All right, you guys know the deal. I'm gonna mix it up a little bit. Where's my other paper? Missing a sheet.
Wanna pull me over, give me tickets and fines. I tell the truth when you giving them lies. Smoking the treat and spitting the rhymes. Creativity flows in my zone. Open my jaw, Cali homegrown. Roll my cigar, like to get
I'm lost already.
the vibe, we like to get stoned. Some trip on us, we gotta grind for it. We from the mountains to get there, you climb for it. Just sitting
This
here,
whole page of shout outs missing.
It's just me, man. Why do you hate? Because I walked in the store.
What did I do?
Because I bought backwoods and I smell like day. Content God made it to him, I say. Natural herb.
There it is.
Here come the red and blue lights.
Knew it was here.
You're talking negative and people won't feel you. Yo, Joshua, come tell them that it's just me. It's just me. Make it too emotional. I just agree that we
I can let you guys out now if we got, since I got both of you. You don't have to listen to the 15 minutes of rambling. All right, here we go. Jack Greenstock, 420, 420. Boom Farm, Smiley's Gardens, Jack Greenstock. Charlie's Farm, 420. Aldridge, 25. JD's, Miss D's Nugs. Pleasure meeting you, Miss D's Nugs, today. Smoke and Grow Frazier. Twisted Roots in the chat currently. Faded Farmer, 420. Jeff Dorowski. Genetic Memory Farms. Evolve, 420. Cameron. Bagseed, Jill Carter, Mystic Marks, Mystic Grower, Ginger Snaps, I Kill, DT, TWE, Rose, Rick Wolf, DLP 2372, Ned Denver, Sergeant Pepper 420, Cannon Trooper, Sequence 3, Blind Cat 420, Light It Up Again, Tim, UKSIF 420, Buddha Boy, Devin Shipwreck, Medical MJ, Budsville USA, Resurrection Prophet, Chris Martinez, Tara Wilson, Dankman 420, Dankman Dan, Red Setter Farms, Good Life, Bill Sid, Johnny Bell, Chicha B, Most Hated Grower, the Major General 420 Army, the American one, W Digger 714, Sharate, Kineos Genetics, Mountain Skies, Ready to Hit That Hot Fire, Chris Mertz, Even, Boca King, Raz, Pop Little, Slow Roll, Spiky Pilots, Matt Steelbread, Indo 11 in the Breeders Collective, Stephanie V, Sharp Pulley 989, Von Braun, Sovereign Garden, Stoner Nation 420, Painted Lady, Frank Booth, Fuel House Farms, Jay Myers, Jamid, The Chat, Mr. Manny D, Bagseed, Dr. DDC Jeff, Shredder 911, Dutch Grows 420, Scallywag 420, Abolish Farms, Mrs. C, Skill Bowl 1, Med Grower 1, Empire Breeding Co. for Growley, Lost Leaf, Pedro, Liam Mass, Danny Danko, Breeder Steve, B Bear 7, Allie Noble, CK Tom Trinidad, Dog at 16, Jamid, Loney Jester, Smoking in a Small Town, Tim S, Mr. Lazy, White Feather Grows, Rafter Grows, Automation is Freedom, Rob and Robert Hazelton, Dory, Michigan Quarter, Double Tap Farms, Bob Grows, Mr. Green Thumb 420, 808, Rooting Prospects, Cannon Bus Driver, Hating Life, Kenny 710, Operation Gross, T-Ben, TM 42096, Rude Nuts 619, Dr. Scrambles, VB Moonrocks, GH, FJJ, Stealth Bros 56, Bio Greens, Hanky Stinky 420 OG, KP, Georgia Joe, Ganja Nana Yo Mama, Roy Rodriguez, Jim Seagulls, Nature's Best Nugs, GR420 Community Videos, The Lone Stoner, B Grows, Killer B Grows, Roy Rodriguez again, Ganja Wizard, Husky Gardens, Nut Tree 420, Dr. Ooh, Soil Life 420, Bully Life, Dr. Franken Bean, Beavis 698. God damn, I love this bud. The Riffin' Fat Boy, Ted Nugent's Tess, Shadow Warrior, Valley Green 514, Mila Jensen, Os Indica, Dr. MJ Coco, Brandon Rust, Matthew Gates, D's Bags. Was pleasure hanging out with you today. Drone Star, Shotgun Willie, Blake Prudent Homie, Jay Simmons, Sure Bro Grows, Clackamas Coot, DJ Conley, Miss Grown Buds Farm, Aaron the Grower, your boy Roy Boy, Delta 9, Jay McDaniels, Clackus 420, Stinky Colas, Dylan Stein for PFC Farms, Krusty Socks 1978, Hanky, Mr. Hanky, Sungrown 707, C8 Dro, J420, Cascadian Gross, T Tobe McGee, Plant, 4 Plants, Weedworks, Captain Scrog, Skunk E Buds, Hans Warrior, Jack E Young, Tara Lee Live, Monster, holy cow, that's the one, Magister Tempe, I know I fucked that up, sorry my friend, Dank Brownies, D Urge, we had, who the hell is that, Green Jr., Dirt Road Dude, Canna Sheever, Jose Ramirez, Red Eye Rustler, Dab Goblin, Dr. Buzz Lightyear Acetone, Canna Queen Genetics was in the house tonight, Stabby, Tanaze, Fumador, Dirtman Dan, Keith the Black Sails, Mr. Bosilis, Zen Premium Gardens, Soiled Roots, Small Tubes, Tyler Teasley, Nor Michigan Micro, Ouija Buds, Dub T Roy, Big Jar Grows, JC John, Modern Genetics. Can't wait to hang out with you again tomorrow. Les, PPJ15, SoCal Weed Nerd, Lexi, Brittany, and Courtney, my baby girls. Big shout out to you guys. I love you guys. Green County Growers, CJ Apple, that's a day oneer here. Perfectly Imperfected Dollar Tree Grows, T1 Productions. Dank Grower, DOA Grown Meds, Miss Nudie Grows, I Grew Some, Johnny Caniseed, Nutrient Shootout, Snotty Nikki, Zoe and Slammer, Pixel Monkey, Saint Observations Booth, High Spy, Aldridge 25, Madam T, Stu Move, Mo Grower, The Canna Crate, Loki Grows, Seth This Guy 79 Burton, Polish Hammer, Midwest Outlaws, Voodoo Ultras, Frezno Nerds, Wolverine Grows, Big Jar Grows, Laid Wayback Farmer, Jimmy One for Life, D Block, MMP Nations Creations, Witchy Weekends with Amber Lilano, Psychic Warlock, Artist LD, Sir Sticky, Rob, Big Dave 420, Brent Window, Big Ed, Manawati, G3, J and K Triple G, Mr. Sprinkler, Brittany Teasley, Hope Farms, Lisa G, John, Be Too Crazy For You, BG, WG420, Dr. Budsville, Purple Thumb OG, Art Thorough, Sense of Media, Miss These Nugs. So nice. I always say it twice. Just a Face 420, Breeze Cross Goer. Sir Howe was one of my favorites as well. Trey Valone, Danner 1620, Keep It Real, Hagerton 420, Zeb Zeppelin, Audit Everywhere, BD Double D Grows, Bingus, Green Puffin Man, Alice Boy Chef Light, School of Crops, Cause I Love It, Southwest Okie, Reels 100, 212, Andy Man, Miranda Family Farms, Page Farms, Me All Flower, Ryan Henderson, Light 1978, G13, New Sailbot Wins, Kingdom Aquaponics, Indra, Michigan Native, Mary Jane's Meds Gardens, Dreamer 77, Double D, Bad Bunny Nutrients, Green Pods, Mr. Green Nugs, from 619 to 664, Spaniard Kruger, Jones and Grow, Papa G Grows, Raz, Amy, Dro Grows, Cess, the Grow From Your Heart podcast with Ross and Jeff, Lily Luna, the Green Med Flock, Jeremiah Miranda, Stony Creek, Lost Art, Mr. No One, Jones and Grow, Stony Smith Dude, LG 420, Giant Mike, Prometheus Soil. Can't wait to hang out with you again. Jason, Stone, P Win, David Kobe, and Weedus 207. Holy shit, I can't believe you guys sat through this shit. Thank you guys. Thank you most of all, my guests, the Frezno Nerds. Thank you guys very much for sitting through that. Shout out, Les. You probably sit there going, man, I should have tapped out. Man. You muted, brother. You still muted, man. There you go.
Hey, I'm sorry. Not purposely, but she pulled the old Houdini on me. I had to go back to mommy duty, and I got left with the putt. I don't know how good he'll do with the outro, but
it's all good. I knew when I seen her too, I was like, man, this is a good time. I even said something, but you had tapped out. I was like, man, they're trading places on me.
Hey, you know, parent duty, you know? We got to compensate for the other.
I just proceeded because I seen her. I was like, oh, he'll be back. Then I looked up and it was just you. I'm like, damn, they trading fucking spots again.
Yeah. Hey, I'm telling you, that high energy, bro. We keep it up.
It's all good, brother. It's all good, man. I'll hold out. I know you weed nerds, man. I know you good for a sound bite. And if
Oh
anything,
yeah.
it's a fucking really good excuse to call you guys in for a couple minutes or however long you want to hang out and fucking do just to get it. So I don't know. I'll take one. I'm still gonna fucking take one, but I would prefer
You
a
know
tame
what?
one.
I know she's watching. I know, and I guarantee she's watching. So if she can, as quick as she can, she will. But in the meantime, yeah, if you want to run it, we can. You say the words, buddy.
All right, man. You're recording. You're recording. So if you want to drop it, there's your chance.
All right. So I am King Beezy, one half of the Frezno Nerds. My beautiful partner is not here, Ganja Barbie, but I will speak on behalf of her. We are the Frezno Nerds, as I said. We are fucking talking shit with Eagle, and we'd like to send out our growers' love and support to the weed nerd community. Overgrow the nation, baby.
Hell yeah. Well said. Well said. And again, man, I thank you guys very much for coming on, taking the time. I know with kids, it isn't necessarily the easiest thing to do to just fucking, hey, man, I'm going to check out. You kids just be good. I'm going to go ahead and check out for 4 hours. You guys got bottles of shit? Okay. Good, good, good. Doesn't necessarily work like that. So I appreciate you guys fucking coming on and hanging out as long as you could. So thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, man. I do appreciate this. And I did. I feel bad. Usually I would just let it run. But in the other, like, if I didn't have something to do I was actually fucking all set up no matter what this was going to happen tonight. It's funny that you shot me that message. I laughed. I was like, brother, you don't even know. You don't even know. I had a backup plan. I had a kid sitting like close by that was going to just slide in here and start everything up for me so I could call in on a cell phone and just be like driving and doing the interview and just I was gonna total like Mr. Rogers fucking this motherfucker. I was just gonna get out of the car. You were just gonna see me come in, fucking set the phone down and just like take over in this camera and shit. I had you. You guys were fucking coming on tonight no matter what, man. I was ready. I was ready.
Oh, guess who's back?
I'm never early, I'm never late, but I'm always on time.
Yo, and honestly, we are very appreciative for all the patience you've had with us because, yeah, like you said, being new to parenthood, it's very difficult to, you know what I mean, like culminate everybody's needs and juggle the parency, and then also being a grower, and then being able to put ourselves out there on the social media platform. Absolutely, yeah, like you said. So we're blessed that you're allowing us to do this, and we're grateful for everybody who's been here with us. You know what I mean? And I'm sorry that we were late. You know how it goes. Like you said, it's not like we could just, hey, here's your bottle and walk away. Because, yeah, it's a little more complicated than that. Once they grow up, that's why we've been so patient. And, you know what I mean? We've been able to get to this point where we can find a way to, you know what I mean, separate that life, you know what I mean? And still be able to put out the information that's necessary. So if you want to do that soundbite, we are with it.
I am fucking ready. Fuck yeah. Anytime
Thank
you
you so
guys
much,
are ready.
like you said, for being patient. We really appreciate it.
No worries. It's worth it. It's worth it for you guys, man. Anytime you guys are ready.
All right, you
Okay,
ready,
so what are
baby?
we supposed to say?
We're fucking talking shit with Eagle.
We are the Frezno Nerds, and
Yep.
we're fucking talking shit with Eagle. Okay.
All right. So, I am King Beezy,
And I am yours truly, Ganja Barbie.
and we are the Frezno
Hey,
Nerds, and
we're
we have been talking shit with Eagle.
Hell yeah. Thank you guys, man. It's been an honor, and I can't wait for you guys to fucking check back in, man. And again,
We can't wait to.
Go ahead. You first, please.
No, you go ahead. Take the mic.
I feel bad that if it wasn't for travel, I'd fucking hang out until you guys were fucking done for sure. But man, I do. I gotta fucking cut it out so I can go hang tomorrow. Long travels, but it was worth it. I'm so glad you guys. And like I said, I know you guys had to find that right moment, and I'm glad you fucking made time. So thank you very
Thank you.
much. And any you guys want to shout anybody out before you go? Any shout outs? Anybody you want to thank? Any fucking
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Go
most
ahead.
definitely. So yeah, we'd like to shout out
Ready to hit hot fire.
Oogie Wawa, my friend.
Claire
And
FNZ, my sister for tuning in, all our other family for tuning in, all the Weed Nerd love. Thanks for showing love. So we want to shout out all the Weed Nerds in the house. And then who else do you want
yep,
to shout out?
shout out to all the stream nerds, the weed nerds, everybody in the community, the cannabis community, who support Eagle and support everybody who has the willingness to stream and take time out of their day to, you know what I mean, do these things. There's a lot of planning and preparation that goes behind it. So that's why we had to make sure that we made this appearance, because we didn't want to waste anybody's time. So we're definitely grateful for everybody. So shout out to everybody who's still tuned in with us, and for Eagle for hanging on. And also, I like to shout out Smiley, Grower, Ganja Grower, and Boom Gardens for. I'm sorry you guys left and got the boot or whatever happened, but hey, until next time when we hang out, it'll be in the rabbit hole. It'll be more than a blessing. So we look forward to that as well. I'd like to give a shout out to obviously the people who hung out with us, a lot of our family, Junebud FNZ, which is Leche de Tigre on Instagram, Claire FNZ, Ready to Dot Fire, always supported us, like we said before. And I mean, shit, if I missed your name, I'm so sorry. Mr. Greenpots, he's definitely been a long time supporter. Purple Thumb OG, he went to bed. I seen that. I'm sorry. We missed you. Damn, there's so many others. We'll have another time to, you know what I mean, show our appreciation. But it's growers love to everybody and anybody who's here with us or watching this later.
Oh yeah. Well, man, I do appreciate it. I'm gonna fucking cut it out. Try to get some sleep. I hate this. This is like one of them awkward days where I gotta go like try to make myself sleep and shit.
Hey, well, hopefully you have enough hash to help you with that. I'm sure you do.
I got a mouthful of edibles right here that says it's gonna help me.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Just a matter of time. You guys have a good night, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
You as well. Daydreams, everybody.
Nice. Well, you guys heard it. I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. I know I did. Thank you very much. Seems Red Eye. Looking forward to seeing you later today. Thank you all the Frezno the people that Frezno nerds that are here tonight. Claire Frezno. I don't know how you say that. FNZ, Claire FNZ. Man, there's a lot of FNZs tonight. Thank you all for tuning in. Hopefully, you guys check out the show again. Hopefully, you guys kind of like what you've seen, like the community that's here, and check us out again. Thank everybody that does tune in. You guys have an amazing night. If you guys are here in Michigan, get you guys to Clio today. Let's have some fun. Let's fucking hang out. Right there, Clio, Michigan. Clio Cultivation. I'll be there as early as I can. Hanging out, having some fun, smoking some weed. If you haven't got your grow off seeds yet, you can pick them up from me firsthand. I have them with me. Some slaps. Let's have a good day. It's supposed to be a beautiful day here in Michigan. Let's have some fun. Thank you guys. Thank you again, Frezno Nerds. Check them guys out. I'm sure either my man Twisted or Frezno probably will fire up a stream. Check out either or both. Both amazing people. Thank you. I love you guys, man. Do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I can't tell you how much I believe in that. I wholeheartedly believe in that. You guys have an amazing day. I guess I could look, see who is tonight. I should know right off the top of my head. Terrible host. Terrible host. Let's see what we got. Who do we have tonight for you guys? And congratulations to the two that won tonight. Indo 11 and the Breeders Collective will be here tonight. Probably be a good night to watch. Endo's usually pretty loose with some genetics. So tune in. I'm probably really sure there'll be some fire tossed aside one way or another. Me and Endo both like to give shit away. You never know where that rabbit hole may go. But either way, poised to be a great episode. Thank you guys. I gotta try to get some rest. Good luck to me. Hopefully you guys can get some rest. Go out and make a prosperous day. And I'll see you guys tonight. Thank you for tuning in. Johnny, I hope you're doing well, my friend. Thoughts and prayers go out to you. And everybody else should be fucking sending some positive vibes right to that man right there, because that's a fucking good dude in our community right there, Mr. Candace. Shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Good night, guys. I love you.